So we have a quorum, right? It is 7 o'clock on my watch.
Yeah, we get enough, but it's two of me somehow.
Is what? Two of you?
Two of me, and I don't know how that happened.
I don't know, but
I don't think so. Take your time.
why aren't we ready?
You guys were like counting everyone, I thought.
Or what?
Do you know who else is coming, Lucia? Is Rita Marie coming or Bruce?
Rita Marie is not coming.
Okay.
Bruce coming? Lucia, did you hear from Bruce today?
Her mic is
He said he was coming, but he normally struts in a couple minutes late. So Amanda is leaving at 9:30. Amanda, I am writing you down to leave at 9:30. So once Amanda leaves, we'll go down from 6 to 5, as long as Bruce shows up. But even if Bruce leaves, we'll just have a bare bones quorum, so it's not a big deal. And Rita is not coming tonight.
Right.
So hopefully, if Bruce doesn't come and Amanda leaves, everyone else can stick around until the end, because otherwise we have to end the meeting.
Right. Wednesday, October 12th. Our next meeting for those interested is going to be November 9. The Peabody Conservation Commission hearings will be held remotely until March 31, 2023. Remote participation is allowed in accordance with Section 20 of Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, signed into law by Governor Baker on February 12, 2022, suspending certain provisions of open meeting laws, GLC 30A, Section 18, as extended by Section 20 of Chapter 22 and Acts of 2022. People can participate remotely via remote participation platform called Zoom. With us tonight is Commissioner Amanda Green, Commissioner Arthur Athos, Secretary Mike Vivaldi, and Vice Chairman Mike Rizzo, and myself, Stuart Lazaris. First up on the agenda is ANRAD, abbreviated Notice of Resource Area Delineation.
Wait, there's one item before it.
Oh, you want to do the gas anode bed project? Okay. You want to do that one first?
Yes, please. That's not why it's
Okay.
first.
I don't know anything about it, but there's a proposed replacement of a gas anode bed easement on First Ave and 245 Linfield Street. What do we have to do with that, Lucia?
Yep, there should be someone in the audience. If they could please raise their hand. All right, Matthew, it looks like. I am promoting Matthew to panelist, and Matthew, I hope you can hear me. You should be able to share your screen and give your presentation. From what I understand, this work has not started yet. It was supposed to already be done, but it's being held up right now with engineering review at DPS. Hopefully Matthew can get on and take it from there, because I don't really have much to say other than that.
Matthew, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're still waiting to get our road opening permit to start the work. We've reached out for the last month. I sent them another email today. No one got back to us yet.
Who is they?
That would be DPW and the town engineer.
I'm sorry, who?
That'd be the DPW,
Oh,
the road
DPW.
opening permit, and also the town engineer.
Okay. Hi, Bruce. Welcome aboard.
I've been here the whole time. I don't know. I had to log out and log back in.
Oh, okay, well,
I don't know what happened.
I don't either, but welcome. So we're gonna continue this until next month?
Nope. Matthew, you need to give a presentation of what you guys are doing because
Sure.
I've already approved this. So the agreement I had with Leah, the woman who originally sent this information to me, was I was going to approve it because you guys were supposed to do it like 3 weeks ago. Now you're here. Someone in the audience needs to tell the Concom what you guys are doing out there.
What we do,
Can you share your screen and show the diagrams? Or are you the wrong person for that?
I don't have the capability to do it with my computer.
All right, the woman, Leah said that whoever was going to be on tonight was prepared to give us a presentation, and you're putting me in a pickle because I already signed off on this. So you're kind of making me have to present your work for you.
Leah called me at like 2 o'clock and told me I had to be on this meeting. So I actually just broke away from a job.
All right, well, can you tell the Concom then can you just tell them what you're doing? Because I mean,
Yes.
I've already signed off on this because trust me, I understand you guys want to get this done and time is of the essence. So you don't want to come back November, right?
No, we don't. We're
Yeah.
hoping to have this done before the end of the month. I'm hoping to try to start it next week if possible. What we're going to be doing is digging on the shoulder of the road, replacing installing,
Which road?
um,
Oh, Linfield?
yes, it's in the industrial park. And
Okay.
all the work's going to take place on the shoulder of the road. Roughly, we'll probably be about 6 feet off the shoulder of the road, installing the anodes. And what the anodes do, they prevent the gas main from corroding. What that does is prevent any gas leaks within the 2-mile area of the system.
What is the anode? Copper?
No, the anode is a mixed metal oxide with different metals in there. And the anode will start corroding. The anode will corrode before the gas main does.
What's the gas main made of?
Steel.
Steel, okay.
It's usually like a zinc.
Well, the other type of anodes are a zinc. This is a mixed metal oxide anode. It's a little different than the regular zinc anodes.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll be digging them down at roughly 6 to 7 feet,
For how long? For how many linear feet?
roughly 2 miles it'll protect.
Hmm.
And this should last about between 20 and 25 years, this the replacement.
And Lucia, what is it, what is the nearest distance to the wetland center?
Are you asking me?
Well,
I mean, I don't have everything.
Mr. Raymond doesn't.
I was expecting someone from
Yeah, I
you know,
agree.
National Grid to show up tonight. This is a little ridiculous. I mean, everything's on the OneDrive. I approved this like over a month or 2 months ago. So I didn't look at any of this tonight. I mean, I can if you guys want me to.
No, Lucia, I'm not. Just Mr. Raymond doesn't have all the answers, so.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
I believe that all it is a 35-foot long trench. Am I incorrect?
Roughly.
It's a 35-foot long trench. It's 60 feet from, a baseball diamond. So it's not a very big deal. They're gonna get down to the gas main, and they're gonna. I am assuming you're gonna weld to the steel pipe,
Yes, we're gonna weld 2 wires to the steel pipe. We're gonna bring this up, and then we're gonna put the anodes in the ground. We're gonna bring this up to a pole, and that's where the rectifier unit will sit.
Yeah.
And it'll take AC current. It'll take DC current to put AC current onto the gas line.
And I'm assuming this is a 35-foot long trench. This is no more than 3 days work, correct?
No, it'd be probably 2 days.
Okay.
And if things go well, it probably could get done in 1 day.
Okay.
Do you already have your erosion controls in place?
No, I haven't put them out yet until they grant us the road opening permit. I didn't want them sitting out there for a couple months, which it would have been. And so soon as they give us the road open permit, I will take pictures and I'll email it over to the board.
Yeah, and this is a 1-day operation, correct?
It's a 1-day job, 2 days top. The second day, maybe come back and just clean up the area, rake it out, make it look better.
Yeah, and is this inside the paved area or out just outside?
Outside, it's on the shoulder of the road.
Okay. So you're gonna loam and seed afterwards or something like that?
Yes, we'll loom and seed it, and then we'll come back in the spring and seed it again, because obviously it's kind of late in the year. I mean, we'll put the seed down, but most likely it's not gonna do anything.
Can you guys see these pictures?
Yes.
Yes,
Yep, these are all on the OneDrive. I should have sent you guys an email probably like a month, maybe even 2 months ago, honestly, at this point. I told you guys that I was issuing a minor permit because the work was already supposed to be done. Apparently there's been some snag with DPS about it. But time is of the essence as far as my opinion was we need to get this work done. So that's why I signed off on this. They were one of the first people who actually did a minor work application as of July 1. So they've already paid their permit and I've already approved this. They have 1 year to get the work done. I believe it was September 8th I approved it. So this work has to be done by September 8th, 2023, or they need to redo that minor permit all over again. But this has been on the OneDrive. Do you guys want me to keep sharing?
Yeah, no, I see it.
I don't know. Matthew, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
And is that correct? That's that
Yes.
one little tiny red. That's what you guys are doing
That's-
right near
that's-
the brook.
Yes, that's all we're
That's
doing. It's that little area right there.
They will still have to notify you when they've got the erosion controls down so you can see them, Lucia. Or
Yep,
just
that
send
is
you
all
pic-
part of that minor permit. Matthew, I hope you know that. You should definitely touch base with Leah if you aren't aware of that, but I need to approve.
No, I'll make sure it gets, I'll let you know once it's out there and I'll meet you on site, whatever day you like,
Perfect.
All right,
before any work starts.
so we need a motion to approve.
You just need a motion to accept the minor work application because, as I said, I've already
Okay.
signed off on this and issued them a permit. I really thought we were going to come to this meeting and I was just going to be like, oh, the work's all done, but it's not.
Okay,
So
so we need a motion to accept the permit. Is that what you said?
that's what I would say. I would ratify the
Okay.
minor work project that the conservation agent already signed off on. Unless you guys don't want to allow the work to, if
No,
you
I'm
want them
fine
to
with
file
that.
an RDA or an NOI. I
No,
mean,
I'll make that motion. Motion to accept the minor operation for the providing sacrificial anodes for the existing gas line at this location. As previously approved by Lucia, our conservation agent.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay.
I'm
Roll
gonna do a
call.
quick roll call on that. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes,
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Secretary Vivaldi,
yes,
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes,
and Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
Okay, so that is passed 6-0. Thank you. So, Matthew, just make sure you or Leah or someone gets in touch with me before the work starts. Thank you.
Yes, yes, I will. I'll make sure you're notified. I'll notify you the day that I'm going out to put the wattles out. And then I'll meet you out there any day you like before the work starts.
okay, thank you. We got one more minor work. application for 8 Cobb Ave, adding crushed stone to an existing driveway. Is anybody here in the audience to speak for that?
Through the chair, this one, I am happy to say the work has already been done. This work was already approved for Jack, and through the officers, we allowed a second minor. I have to mute people. I'm sorry, you guys. I can't. I'm sorry if I'm muting you all, but I have to. So the work has already been done. He already put crushed stone down, and he knows now any future work he has to come before the Concom. So if you guys just want to accept that, I mean, at this point, I guess you don't really need to, but you should really ratify it.
Need a motion to ratify the work has been done, adding a crushed stone to a driveway at 8 Cobb Ave.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. Roll call.
Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo, yeah, I had to mute everyone. So do you guys, this isn't really a public hearing, so do you guys just want to raise your hands and I'll count, because this isn't really, it's not really a public hearing, this section. So Stu, Amanda, Mike, Arthur, Rizzo, and Comac. All right, 6, it's accepted. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the ANRAD. Continued public hearing on an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation submitted by LEC Environmental Consultants, Inc., Richard Kirby for Osborne Hills Realty Trust, Paul DiBiase trustee. The applicant is seeking confirmation for the extent and location of a wetland resource area that may be subject to jurisdiction under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and the City of Peabody Wetlands Ordinance within and surrounding the property known as 0 Sherwood Ave, 7 Home Street and 47 Home Street, map 110, lot 2X, map 104, lot 1, map 111, lot 1 in Peabody. Anybody here to speak for that? Anybody here, Lucia?
I do not see anyone, and I definitely do not feel comfortable. They need to have someone here, because I'm definitely not speaking on the behalf of this person. So I would just suggest we move on. And if I see Mr. Kirby in the audience, I mean, I can send him an email, and if he can log in later. But I don't see anyone right now, and it is definitely not my job to. Someone named Harold Roberts is raising their hand. I'm going to allow them to talk.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Harold Roberts. I live at 7 Home Street in Salem. And if the petitioner isn't there at the scheduled time, I feel that it should be continued to next meeting. He's had his opportunity. It's been scheduled. And, you know, some of us have taken time out of our schedule to appear at the meeting. And we shouldn't have to hang on while you contact them. Or to let them show up later on at the meeting. It's on the agenda. If they're not here, so be it. I mean, we've had this problem in the past with DiBiase's associates in Salem trying to build, and they don't show up for meetings. So I don't see why we're letting them, you know, continue on, maybe appear later in the evening. People have things to do and other business to attend, and to give them a blanket pass the whole evening is not fair to the people that showed up expecting it on the agenda. And if they're not there, usually the agenda moves on. But, you know, that's just my feeling and how meetings are run in other communities.
Do I hear a motion?
Well, it looks like someone from LEC did just log on. So hold on a second.
Okay.
Hang tough.
Okay, no, I will.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I apologize for being late. I have 3 hearings tonight, and I'm going back and forth, and all of them were all lined up so I could attend all of them, but the first one went long. And so I was on earlier, but I had to log off to go on to the other one. So apologies. I'm here representing Osborne Hills Realty Trust for the ANRAD application that we met with the commission a couple of months ago now. Since we filed the ANRAD, we had an opportunity to review the delineation with Lucia. We went out to the site, spent the day in the field to review all the flags. And a couple of relatively minor changes here and there.
Excuse me, for the record, can you state your name?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I thought I did. I'm Rich Kirby from LEC Environmental.
Thank you.
All right. So we revised the plan, but one of the things that the commission wanted us to do, and Lucia wanted us to do, was to reach out to the abutting property owners, because there is wetland and a section of perennial stream that are on their property that place the buffer zone and the riverfront area boundary onto the subject property. So the applicants sent certified mail 3 different times, a week apart, 0 response from the neighboring property owners. So the plans show the approximate location of the offsite stream and the approximate location of the buffer zone as it extends from the wetland boundary that is offsite. We also added the buffer zone to a small isolated wetland and modified one other flag. I think it was flag 4C we eliminated and connected flag 3C to 5C. And also added a couple of other, just cleaned up the plan to make it a little bit more clear about what we were doing. So Lucia, I don't know if you have anything to add, but happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Lucia, do you have anything?
Could the applicant go through the plan, the revised plan?
Sure. Yep.
You know,
Hold on just a second here. Go. Share screen. Windows. Okay. So here's the plan set revised, submitted by the Moore and Cameron Group. This is the property here, which shows there's 2 sheets, this sheet and this sheet, that show the wetland resource areas. This is the first sheet here, and this is a perennial stream that runs through this portion of the property, and it continues off-site in this direction. So I'll zoom in a little bit here so you can see. So the line with the black dots, that is the bank mean annual high water line. We delineated both sides of the stream, Sweetwater Brook. And this boundary here represents the approximate location of the offsite portion. So we have approximate location of offsite bank mean annual high water boundary. The stream is confined within a pretty well-defined channel, so I think this is reasonably accurate. And this places, of course, the 200-foot riverfront area onto the site, and we label that the approximate 200-foot riverfront area and 200-foot Peabody buffer zone to the offsite mean high water line. In addition, we have the bordering vegetated wetland that is just offsite here, and that places the 100-foot buffer zone. So we label that the approximate 100-foot buffer zone, since we don't have an actual flagged, wetland line on the offsite property. So that's what we did in this zone. On the second sheet, here's where we added a note that says flag 3C connects to flag 5C, because when we were in the field, flag 4C had gone missing. And then we also added the 100-foot buffer zone to this small isolated vegetated wetland. So those were the plan changes that we made.
Through the chair.
Yep.
Richard, I think the most important change was the volleyball area, and that's probably the area that Mr. Roberts is probably the most concerned with as well.
Oh, okay, yes.
That's a big one, and I think I want
Sure.
Mr. Roberts to understand what we're stating, and I want the commission to understand this too. And I really think you guys should look at the plan and make sure you understand what it's showing, because this is what we're locking in for 3 years.
Yep, I understand exactly what you're talking about. So when we did our wetland delineation, there is this property here is part of the site. It is map 111, lot 1. And this is a bit of a unique site. This is sort of a lawn area and landscaped area adjacent to this house across the driveway. This is the driveway here. This is the end of Home Street. And we observed wetland soils within the entire footprint of the property. So in this, the wetland soils may or may not, and the wetland condition may or may not extend off site. So there really wasn't appropriate to flag it. So the wetland boundary is this shaded area in here. That is the subject property boundary, and we label the upland portion and the wetland portion. So it basically goes right up to the driveway, and encompasses the entire lot. So I think we made that pretty clear on this plan revision.
Yep, and I just had one more question through the chair.
Go ahead.
Richard, though the riverfront inner and outer riparian zones, that's the same as it was on the plan we saw last time, correct?
That's correct. Those lines did not change.
All right. So really the biggest thing that changed on this plan, everyone, is that now that lawn area is wetlands. So Harold, that means that this wetland, so no one can really build there. Whoa. I don't know what that was. So no one can build next to you, Harold. I think that might be one of your main concerns. That's considered wetlands. And then the IVW, they are just calling it jurisdictional, and they gave it 100-foot buffer zone, which that was possibly debatable. They could have fought about that. And I think that is really it. I only had like little nitpicky things about it with the brook is Strongwater Brook, but it's labeled Brook. I mean, we all know that it's Strongwater Brook, so I don't think we really have to revise it. And then I gave you guys a sampled motion, just saying the things that you would be approving. And the most important thing, in my opinion, is to say that that lawn area is a resource area.
Okay. So we're looking at this point for a motion to issue an ORAD accepting the delineation of the following resource areas: Strongwater Brook, Associated Bank, BVW, and the BVW along the driveway, and the property lines on sheet 2, map 111, showing the entire parcel lawn as wetland resource. Did you say something about volleyball, Lucia?
Yep, there was a volleyball, but the last time I was there, and there was like turkeys hanging out along it. But
So
that whole area where the volleyball was, it looks like grass, but it is actually bordering vegetated wetlands.
So they can play volleyball?
Probably in squishy grass.
Okay. Well,
But
probably-
before you guys make the motion, you do need to open it to the members of the public. And
Okay.
then once the commission's finished discussing, if everyone is all set with their questions, then you guys would close it and then make the motion.
Okay. Move to open the meeting to the public. Do I hear a motion?
Harold, I mean, you don't need to make a motion, but Harold is here and he can, if he wants to speak, he should be able to unmute, I think.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Harold Roberts. I live at 7 Home Street in Salem. And the area that you're talking about, the lawn with the volleyball court, floods right up to my driveway on occasion, with the wetlands down there from Strongwater Brook and everything. And the thing I'm puzzled about is when they tried to build in Salem alongside the brook, it was a null and void issue. The state got involved, and because of the wetlands, I don't see how going across the brook into the other side of the brook is feasible with the wetlands there. The state had got involved the last time because of endangered flowers out there, and also there was some turtles involved that were out there that are endangered species. I just don't see how a road up there is going to go in through the wetlands is going to benefit anything. If anything, it's just going to deteriorate it. And in fact, Mr. DiBiase's tenants at 47 go out there regularly with a weed whacker and cut down the vegetation bordering the wetlands, which is technically in violation of everything along the creek. They've been going out there for the last couple of years, the current tenants, with weed whackers and cutting down the vegetation, but it's not my place really to speak to them. But I'm just kind of puzzled how when they tried to build in Salem, everything was too close to the creek and everything, but a possible road going up through the creek, through the end of the driveway with a bridge and a road going up alongside the creek is any different than what they were going to do on the Salem side bordering the creek. And it was all wetlands with the endangered species of flowers out there. It was a purple flower, and then a certain species of turtles that are found out there. And that I've lived there for over 30 years, and I've seen the water come up as far as my driveway. And I know I spoke with a woman when she was doing the test where the volleyball court is and stuff, and she didn't have to go down all that far when she was getting the core samples and hit water. And this was during the hot summer when, we kind of had the drought on, and, it is pretty wet there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any rebuttal on this?
I'm happy to just say that, no work is proposed as part of this application. It's simply to establish the resource area boundaries. If and when our clients move forward with a project, of course, everyone will be re-notified as an abutter, and we'll have a separate public hearing for a notice of intent.
I mean, I'm assuming everybody's aware of the fact that this is really wetland. It's not like it's going to disappear in a couple of years.
Oh yeah, no, wetlands are things that generally evolve over decades and hundreds of years and millennia. I know at 6 Home Street, the wetland vegetation goes right up to the foundation, so I'm not surprised the homeowners are weed whacking it. But anyway, we're really just here to establish the resource area boundaries.
Through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
So we're saying here that lawn with the volleyball net is a wetland. Does that mean somebody filled in wetlands?
No, it's not uncommon for lawn areas for hydric soils to extend up into lawn areas.
And nobody cares. It was really marked well.
We see that pretty often. So it just means that the lawn qualifies as a wetland because of the presence of the hydric soils.
What elevation were the hydric soils observed?
Well, generally, when you find hydric soils, you're seeing indicators of hydrology within the upper 12 inches.
Lucia, did you have your hand raised?
No, I just wanted to make sure that Harold understood that that's what I don't know if he heard me say that, but basically the property next door, although it's grass, it is wetlands. and no one can build there, you know, and right now, I want to just say exactly what LEC said, that right now there is no project. This is just wetlands. That's why it's so important that we get this right, and that I was so finicky about what was on that plan, and LEC's changed the plan. And at this point, I think you guys could vote on the Strongwater Brook Associated Bank and BBW, the B series, and A series, and what, you know, exactly what I wrote in that motion. You have to be really specific what you guys are making the motion on. But I mean, you can also just, as I'm sorry, I have to mute you guys. There's just so much feedback. I can't, sorry. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at the memo that I wrote, but I'm very much fine with this, but we really should move things along because we have a lot of stuff on the agenda, and this is like an easy item.
So we need a motion to cover the recommendations of the staff and move on.
Well, if you guys are done having a discussion, if you're having a discussion, continue having the discussion. If you're done with your discussion, close. I don't think any, I mean, unless there's other people in the audience who want to speak. But I hope that Harold understands, and if he is still in the audience, if you want to call me tomorrow, Harold, or send me an email, I can explain this. There is no project right now.
There's not only no project, but it appears that we're identifying where all of the wetland is on both sides of the brook. Salem's the other, correct?
Yeah, that's right. The Salem town boundary is just along the eastern edge.
All right.
So to the chair, if there's nobody else who wants to speak on this matter, if the commission is okay with the delineation, then I would make a motion to issue an ORAD, the ORAD. For this.
We have to close the public hearing first.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Well, hold on, I think Harold wants to speak again. Hold on a second.
Is Harold muted?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, I'm just wondering at what lengths they went to contact the abutters. I know one of them's located on Marlborough Road in Salem. The last meeting, they said they had mail come back, returned, refused. I have it on good reason. This person knows what's going on and has refused to respond. And the other abutter, but is a courtesy in the past. I mean, even though I don't abut the parcel in question, I abut one of Mr. DiBiase's properties that he has spliced up down there. But out of common courtesy, none of us were notified.
Augusta, Toronto.
I can't hear you now. Harold, I cannot hear you.
Augusta.
Augusta, Maine?
He's got no reception.
Good. Okay. Well, anyways, I don't know. He will, first of all, he doesn't want a bus trip.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but Harold, we're hearing a whole conversation in your house. So if you don't mean, I muted you because I'm assuming you don't want us to hear that. But Rich, do you have certified letters proving that you sent these people these letters 3 times that you can email me tomorrow?
Yeah, Osborne Realty Trust sent the letters out 3 times by certified mail, per our recommendation and per what you said we should do, Lucia. I will have them forward those to you, or I will forward them to you once I get them as soon as as early as tomorrow.
July.
Okay, Harold, I'm booting you out because you guys keep unmuting yourself, having odd conversations. Okay, so that's done. I mean, honestly, I know you guys that I'm pretty sure that the wetlands were actually flagged by mistake. Rick. Rich, I don't think we want to say that, but I think he might have, when he was on, he might have flagged it thinking he was still on his client's property. So I'm pretty confident that the flags are somewhat accurate, but if you guys, I did not check them. If you guys feel that he needs to prove that they contacted the abutters because there isn't a abutter who's upset, that's up to you guys. So we just need to figure it out whether we're going to continue this and wait for proof that the abutters were notified 3 times, or if you guys want to make a motion.
I'd like,
Make a motion.
Go ahead. Amanda, go ahead.
So do you guys do you have to close the public hearing first, or is that all done?
You can make the motion to close the public hearing.
Yep, just, you guys always have to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Right.
If it's an actual like public hearing meeting thing.
I'll
Okay.
make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second,
Raise your hands if you're in approval.
No, I'm gonna do a roll call because there is a abutter, so we have to do it.
all right.
Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
yes,
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
and Commissioner Comac.
Yes.
All right, so it's closed 6-0.
Lucia, I think you muted yourself.
I did, but I'm not talking.
Oh.
Amanda, we need a motion to get this thing going.
Make a motion to issue an ORAD accepting the delineation of the following resource areas: Strongwater Brook, associated bank and bordering vegetative wetlands, vegetative wetlands along driveway and property line. Sheet 2 shown on map 11 lot 1. Sheet 2 B series, C series, and I series, and all associated buffer zones and riverfront areas.
A second.
Roll call.
Yep, so that is a motion to accept, made by Amanda, seconded by author. Roll call. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
yes,
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 6-0. Harold, if you want to call me tomorrow, you should be able to get my telephone number off the city website. They accepted tonight was wetlands delineation. If you feel that it is wrong or that the property owner was contacted and not contacted, you have the right to appeal within 10 days. So if you're interested in that route, you need to call me tomorrow, okay?
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you too. Moving on to item 2, enforcement orders. Continued enforcement order issued to the Salem Country Club and Dan Meyer of Mayor 3 for the following activities: removal of living trees / grinding, rubbing stumps in buffer zone in close proximity to jurisdictional resource areas, and depositing wood chips in buffer zones and along riverfront woods. The property address is known as 133 Forest Street in Peabody, Mass. Before we get started, I'd like to say something. We've been very lenient and very cooperative with the country club. We've allowed them to play golf basically all summer. And we've done some serious studies. We've hired consultants, and I think tonight we're ready to put all this to bed and come up with a resolution. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak for, I guess, for us?
Yep, I promoted Michael DeRosa. I think he
Okay.
is very ready to speak tonight.
I'm happy to go through the summary of our findings. It's still stamped as draft. Ben Staples is also on tonight, Lucia, so you could promote him to a panelist as well. And I will share my screen. So essentially what we did was and I apologize for the train that's about to go by, but everybody can hear me okay?
Yes.
Wait for the train.
You can't just stop.
So what we did was a canopy loss assessment based on the aerial photos, both from Google Earth, and what we did was an overlay, and I'll go through how we came up with the numbers. Someone is feeding back there. I hear that too, Lucia. I don't know who it is. But essentially, I'll do an overview of this. It's still stamped draft. We're still working through it with the commission, but I thought I would share it in its current state. And we come up, basically the takeaway is we've come up with some estimates of the total canopy loss, both within resource area, but also over the entire golf course based on this analysis. And what we wanted to do is look at tree canopy cover as our measure based on the well-established science that supports the value of canopy cover to both, as we know, ecosystem stability, wildlife habitat, stormwater management as well, and more recently, carbon sequestration in the mediation of climate disruptive impacts. So canopy is very important, and we wanted to look at that in addition to the number of trees that were actually cut. And Ben may speak a little bit later about the sizes of those trees and the species. So that's why we focus on canopy loss. We took aerial photography from Google Earth, which is very accurate. We used the October 2021 as a pre-cut date, and then the July 2022 as a post-cut date. And we trace those, and I'll show you the imagery. But essentially, this is a typo here, Scribner's error. The actual total is for both resource areas, because under the city includes buffer zone as resource area. So both of these totaled comes to 3.9 acres of canopy loss within areas of the commission's jurisdiction. And then a total of 5.4 acres outside jurisdiction for a total of 9.2, 9.3 acres approximately of canopy loss on the course itself. Sizes and trees varied, as we know, and Ben can speak to those later. So basically, that's how we did it. We came up with totals for each hole. Abby did all this work, and she totaled it up for each, both by resource area, buffer zone, and then outside resource area, and the grand total. And I'll go through each hole graphically. They're all attached to this report. The other important area that was impacted, and I'll zoom in on this. We also have other photos that I'll go through. But this is the area by the second tee, second and 18th tees back to back here. This is the pond on the property, and you can actually see that there was work going on within, right next to the pond. And this is aerial photography from Google Earth. So clearly there was disturbance here. There was activity here that needed to be permitted through the commission. That was part of this violation. And we did separate totals on that. And the area disturbance along the pond edge is approximately 5,312 square feet. Includes 203 linear feet of vegetation loss, which is basically the extent of vegetation along the edge. And so that's the associated impact there. We also, Abby also flew the drone on a couple of the holes and did a comparison from photos that were taken from the country club website. And then she took aerial photos this summer from the same angle. So I'll show you those images. There's nothing that is quantified in that, but it gives you sort of a graphic image of some of the impact. One of the things I did was looked at the species in the cut areas. So when the trees were cut, obviously taking out the canopy is going to change that microclimate beneath those areas. And in many cases, those areas have been occupied by invasive species, everything from smartweed, mugwort, thistle, Russian thistle, pokeberry, among others. One species of particular interest is Japanese hops, which we haven't seen much on the North Shore. We have one other site in Boxford that has Japanese hops. This stuff grows about 30 feet a year and will take over very quickly. It's gone to seed already, and we really need to have the club get on this. And I'll talk to Bill Rocco about that specifically and point it out to him where that needs to be harvested, bagged, and destroyed, because we don't want that getting established. And that's right near the 13th fairway, in that same area near the second tee and the 18th tee. And again, this information is really to inform the club in the preparation of a revised restoration plan. So it's a way to sort of quantify the amount of impact, but also give some direction to the commission, to the commission and to the club as to what we're actually looking for in this revised restoration plan. We've talked to Bill Rocco, we've talked to their consultants about opportunities at the club to improve things overall. And obviously canopy is one of those things, but understory and herbaceous plantings are also a big part of that. So we looked at all the areas of impact where the holes were the first, the second, third, fourth, 9th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th areas, fairways, tees and greens. And this is summary of Ben Staples, and Ben can take questions after. But basically, the trees were largely deciduous. There were some white pines that were taken down, but American beech, elm, hop hornbeam, cherry, birch, hickory, oak, maple, black locust were the primary species. Majority of the trees were 20 to 36 inches in diameter, which are significant trees. That's why we have such a high number in canopy loss. One of the big things we found was in a couple areas was the accumulation of wood chip from the chip trees that were cut. And in some areas, there were 6 to 17 inches. And that needs to be removed. I think in the revised or amended enforcement order, which we'll go through after this, commission will go through, there's a couple areas that actually that needs to be removed. Anything over 2 to 4 inches is really going to start suffocating the tree and the root growth and impacting the root growth. Ben can talk to more issues about that if the commission wishes. But we're really looking for a 2 to 4 inch depth of those wood chips. They're not a bad thing to have in the forest floor, but at 6 to 17 inches, it's too deep. They need to be taken out. Quite a few trees that were cut have stump sprouts 3 to 4 feet. So some of the stump grinding wasn't complete, and you have these areas along the end of the stumps where new growth will develop. And we're seeing that, and I think that was around the 14th fairway, 15th fairway area. But this is also an opportunity for the club. That careful thing in tending to these sprouts can actually encourage structurally sound growth from these from this budding, from this recovery growth. So that should be something that should be looked at in the revised, the amended restoration plan. Ben gives also some more species that might be good to look at for canopy. And then he talks about some caliper trees as well for restoration. I'll go through some of these and stop me if they're getting redundant. But this was the, I'm just going to get this to fit the screen. So what we did was we traced the canopy from the 2019 or 2021 aerial. And then we also traced the 2022 aerial for the existing canopy. And then we did the overlay. And then areas in red are areas of canopy loss outside the resource area, so outside jurisdiction. The magenta color are within buffer zones, 2 resource areas. The yellow is areas within bordering vegetated wetland. And then the buffer zones are shown in green, and then water shown in blue. And then this is just an overview. So what Abby did was she took each hole and then sectioned it off. And that's what I'm going to show you next for each area. So hole number 1, and she summarized each canopy loss, both the wetland, the buffer, outside the buffer, and the total. So as an example for hole number 1, we have 628 square feet of canopy loss within resource area here, 14,000 below here, 8,000 over here, and then some wetland area loss over here. And we did that for the entire course. Some holes have more area. This is the loss of the bank along on the second tee along the pond, and that's 5,300 square feet. This actually, it builds on, this is where the Japanese hops are, right in this area. There's a fair amount of canopy loss in here, and that allowed more light penetration and more invasive species to become established, also in these areas as well. So for each hole, we went through and totaled each one. So the commission has a nice documentation of where the canopy loss was on the course and the resource area. This is the 8th, which is where it was the first day we went out in the field. And that's where we had wetland impacts and also lots of buffer zone impacts there. Almost an acre right there. Half an acre within resource area buffer zone. So the commission can look at that. Hole 13 was another big area of canopy loss. And again, the magenta color is within resource area. Red is outside resource area. Given the length of the agenda tonight, I'm not going to go through each one. We also did some graphic overlays of that area by the second tee. Again, I showed you that before. This is before, during, and after the activity. And then these, I can zoom in a little bit, maybe. So this is your shot from the Country Club website, and this is before cutting. And you can see You can see that the, the shadow effects and such, and the fairway. And then you can see afterwards, you can see the loss of the canopy along the edge of that fairway. This is the eighth fairway, sorry. And then this is the 11th and 12th holes. This is prior to, this is the clubhouse. And you can see the cutting here and then here. Again, this is outside jurisdiction, but you can get a graphic sense of the impact of the canopy loss. So that's all I had to say. I think the take-home message again from this assessment is to give the commission a sense of the extent of canopy loss and impact to resource areas, buffer zones, and to give the club some direction and their consultants some direction for what the commission is going to be looking for in an amended restoration plan.
I have one question or one statement to make. I looked it up while you were talking. An acre of land is equal to 1 football field. So if they've wiped out 9 acres, that's 9 football fields. My other question, or the question I have, is in all these areas where we've reduced the growth and light has been allowed to shine in, is it also an area where invasive species is now taken over or is growing like crazy in every case?
In most cases, yeah. I mean, there's some cases where we had some other natives that were coming in that were probably already there. So things like oak sedge, red fescue are present in some areas where the canopy was cut. And both of those species, red fescue can take some heat, but oak sedge tends to like to be in the understory. So that species in particular is probably going to diminish in its aerial coverage. So these areas are different than what was there before, and the shade tolerant species are going to be moving out, and new species, sun tolerant species, are coming in, and that's where we're seeing the early successional species like smartweed, like these other things that we're seeing out there, pokeweed, things like that. Those are sun loving, and they're invasive, and they're going to come in there and take over, establish themselves in the seed bed. So we think part of this restoration plan needs to address those areas in particular and replace those with sun tolerant species that are going to do well there, that are native, and not become a seed source of invasive material.
Okay. Anybody on the commission want to speak?
Ben's also here if you have, Ben's also here if you have specific arborist or tree questions.
I guess I like that idea of taking the sprouts and everything. It takes some skill though to get that stuff to grow. But yeah, I like that idea. But and Stu, I think like a football field size mature forest takes out like 700 tons of carbon every year.
Okay.
But so I guess my question is, we have information now, and the club's seeing the same information, and is the next step they're gonna develop another restoration plan that's more suitable than the last one based on this information, or just kind of
that's correct. And I believe do we have to make a motion to share this, or is this now public? This information. Lucia?
It's still in draft though, Stuart, so
well, if
until we finalize it, I would not
Okay, but
release it.
who
But it can be released, to the club when we finalize it, which we can do next week.
All right, so you'll finalize it during the next week and release it?
Yep.
Okay.
Through Lucia, we'll release it.
Okay. Lucia issued well, let me back up. We had to have a meeting between the officers and DeRosa off-site, if you will, so we weren't in violation of public meeting laws. And we went through a bunch of things regarding an enforcement order, and we're here to present them tonight with a couple of changes. But it's important that the entire commission is aware of all of these items on the enforcement order and is in support of them. Does anybody want to start this? Mike Rizzo?
Does Mike DeRosa want to run through this?
I can, but the enforcement order really should come from the commission.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
I mean, I can run through it, but it's long and it's all right. I'll run through it.
I mean, I don't think you have to list every single action item. You guys can just make a motion. I mean, Mike DeRosa, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like they can make a motion that conservation agent and Michael DeRosa, the consultant, draft an amended enforcement order as discussed with the chairman.
Yeah, and they need to make a motion to ratify it, and then that'll get issued to the country club.
Okay.
Okay, but there was some changes.
One change I wanted to make on the enforcement order, paragraph B, section F. There was one line I want to take out, and I'll read the entire section F so you understand where it's coming from. Replacement of trees that were removed in wetland resource areas bordering vegetated wetland or intermittent streams in pond bank to be replaced with similar species removed or currently growing in the area of alteration, including but not limited to red maple, white oak, red oak, shagbark, and hickory. A total of 233 trees are removed within the commission's jurisdiction as estimated by Weston and Sampson and reported in a letter July 11 from Save a Tree Consulting Group signed by Thomas Miles. I'm going to eliminate this. I'm not going to repeat or state the sentence I want to take out. The next sentence is the proposed planting locations for each canopy species shall be depicted in a figure showing the proposed planting areas and included as part of the restoration plan. We're not going to be specifying number of trees, the size of the trees. We want the country club to come back to us with a restoration plan that covers all of that. I don't think it's our jurisdiction or our place to tell them what to plant. They've got to come to us with the restoration plan, telling us what they're planting, and we get to review it and agree to it or reject it.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
But to follow up on that, they need to know that the objective is to restore the forest canopy to the extent that it will function as a full canopy within 10 years. Am I correct by saying that?
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct. That's the whole point. I mean, and doing that will help the environment totally.
And that's in jurisdictional areas.
Correct. That's correct. We have no control over the non-jurisdictional areas. Although it would be nice if they took care of that too, but I mean, this thing talks about establishment of 10-foot wide no disturb posts along some wooded areas, Restoration area should incorporate trees and shrubs as well as herbaceous plantings to reestablish altered areas as depicted on figure 1. 10-foot wide vegetated buffer zones. I mean, this enforcement order is quite extensive. But I guess if we, Lucia, what'd you say what you have to do is just ratify it?
Yeah, I would make a motion. You guys, everyone should have been able to review it on their own time. If you have any issues with wording, such as what you guys just said, now would be the time to discuss it. We change it, and then you guys would make a motion to accept the draft enforcement order that Michael DeRosa and the conservation agent came up with, and I will get it out the door tomorrow, and everyone will be able to see it.
Okay. The enforcement order states in the first sentence that no later than November 30th, 2022, Salem Country Club shall submit to the Peabody Conservation Commission for its review and approval a site plan including delineation of the existing boundaries of all wetland resources, their buffer zones at the Salem Country Club property as revised during the review of wetland resource area boundary by the commission's third party consultant, DeRosa Environmental, and a plan and schedule for restoring and monitoring altered wetland resources and buffer zones to be prepared by a wetland scientist. So we're looking for a written response by the end of November and a restoration plan. Does anybody want to make the motion to ratify at this point?
Yeah, through the chair, Stuart.
Go ahead.
So by the end of November, they're supposed to come up with so I'm assuming that this will be discussed at the December meeting?
Correct. That's my understanding, or if we need to have a special meeting, we can do that too. But I want to make sure that the country club has all of this information and is able to review it in enough time to do so. So that if there's a response other than yes, we'll be aware of it.
Through the chair, but for time-sensitive items, just want to point out that in addition to having the plans submitted to us by November 30th, we're telling the country club that the wood chips need to be removed no later than December 15th.
Okay.
So that's kind of and we can work with them on that. I think if it's okay with the commission, if this is something they could begin immediately or in the relatively close future to start that process, I'd be willing to allow them to do that, so we're not worried about snow. You never know when it can snow. It can snow in November without any problems. So just as part of the enforcement order, we are giving them a date to remove the wood chips.
That's the end date.
By no later than. So
I agree with you. We should ask them to begin removal now. Now, we had said that they should cease all work. So now we're saying, jump in and clean out the wood chips at least.
Yeah. Now the process in doing that, I'm not sure how it's done, whether they would back those out, and what equipment might be needed to do that. And I'm not sure whether any, well, I'm not saying, I would imagine some BMPs need to probably be in place to, so how that all comes together, how we can let them move to remove those wood chips in question, and in addition to providing necessary BMPs to protect the resource area without providing plans.
Shouldn't they provide a plan to do that?
I would say yes, but it's already the middle of October. I don't know how long it would take to do the wood chip removal. If they back them out, maybe it's fairly quickly, and I'm not maybe I shouldn't be so nervous that, they need time to put their protection out there and get this done. But maybe with Lucia's help, if possible, if there's BMPs that need to be in place, maybe that can be done and have Lucia be able to look at it, or all of us go out there and look at it, so that we're not holding them up.
All right.
That's
Bruce,
okay.
do you have any comments on cleaning out wood chips from your experience? Bruce?
Yeah, I don't necessarily, you're gonna have to let them figure that out. I don't necessarily, there's a lot of wood chips out there.
Okay.
And I don't know how they're gonna be able to, I don't know, that's gonna be something of a discussion. I don't know necessarily, I'm going by what you're saying, but I don't know if that's the right way to do it at that time of year. I'm not sure. There's a lot of wood chips.
There
Through the
are a
chair,
lot of wood chips.
I
Yes,
think once we get that enforcement order out the door, I can get it out the door by tomorrow at 7 o'clock. And then, they need to pass it by us, what they're doing, because they certainly, I'm sure they don't want to get themselves in any more hot water. So I think they'll be careful to let me know. So, they're in the audience. If you want to bring anyone in the audience, we're going to be talking to them later about a certificate of compliance as well. But I think they're getting the message loud and clear that, let's get some sort of a plan before. They're obviously going to need to review the enforcement order. I don't think we need to go through it all tonight, because if someone from the newspaper wants it, they can ask me, I can send it out Friday or Monday morning as soon as it's done and everyone has it. There's really no reason to read every single thing. And if the country club has any questions, they just go through me and Michael DeRosa and we will guide them through it. Barry Fogel is raising his hand through the chair. Would you like me to promote him?
Yes. There he is.
Good evening.
Hi, Barry.
Hi, Barry Fogel from Keegan Worland for the Salem Country Club. Two things. One, obviously, it would be extremely helpful to have the final report from DeRosa Associates or DeRosa Environmental with the enforcement order, since it seems like what you've got in the enforcement order you're discussing is based on that report. So when we have the two of those together, obviously, we can get to work in earnest in preparing the plan that you've asked for. The second thing is that, as you noted, Mr. Chairman, the club has been ready, willing, and able to do work to clear out the thicker areas of the wood chips. And you asked us not to do anything, but now that you're giving the go-ahead on that, as Lucia just said, Bill Rocco can talk with her and Mike DeRosa and work out a method for getting those thicker areas of wood chips out immediately.
Good.
And so that's not going to be an issue. I think Lucia's right that the best way to do it is for Bill to talk with her and Mike and figure out the method for doing that.
Okay.
So we understand what you're asking, but as I say, the club would like to have the two documents together so that they can be evaluated and a plan can be put together.
I would like you to have all the information also, because it'll make it less painful and easier to get things done. So I think Mike DeRosa indicated he would finalize his report next week, and Lucia said she would have this enforcement order out by Monday at the latest. Is that correct, Mike DeRosa?
Yeah, I'll make sure I get those changes done tomorrow. So I'll get that to you, Lucia, probably tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
because I don't want to hold that up. I want those guys to have what they need.
Yeah, I'm gonna go forward drafting the enforcement order. It's gonna be like my number one priority tomorrow. But right now I'm changing. There's one section that Stu, you already asked me to change about the calipers of the trees. And
Correct.
then I just, as I'm hearing everyone talk, I just jotted down on some of the areas, like some of the action items, I'm gonna write methods to be determined by Concom before commencing, just for example, for that, because you guys brought up BMPs around the wood chips. So I will revise them a little bit tomorrow and distribute it to Michael DeRosa and the officers and make sure that everything's okay before I issue it. But my hope is to issue it tomorrow.
Okay. Good.
We're looking for a motion to ratify then?
Unless there's somebody from the audience that wants to speak against.
Well, you don't know that this isn't like a public hearing. Your guys' enforcement order is your enforcement order. We don't, it's
Okay.
not up to anyone else. It's up to you guys.
Okay. Then we need a motion to ratify.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to speak against it if you'd like. Just kidding.
I had moved to motion to ratify the enforcement order as discussed.
Second?
I'll second that.
Need a roll call.
Okay, the motion is on the floor to ratify the amended enforcement order that was made by author, seconded by Vice Chairman Rizzo. Roll call. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
and Commissioner Comack.
Yes,
All right, so the enforcement order action items have been amended and hopefully we'll get out by tomorrow, Monday, hopefully the latest.
All right. Do we at this point discuss fines against the country club? Hello, am I muted?
Are you asking me?
Well, asking anybody, but yeah, I mean, now would be a good time to talk about it.
I thought we cannot issue any fines until the enforcement order is out the door.
Okay, then we'll wait until it's out the door.
That was the way it was explained to us.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure I agree with that, but if you guys aren't ready to fine.
Well, I'm ready to issue or announce the fine, and we can certainly do it, issue the official paperwork next week once the enforcement order is out the door. Does that make sense?
So do you want to just wait until
Yeah.
November?
No, I'd like to discuss the fine. I'd like to.
I mean, you don't,
announce-
technically you don't need a motion to issue a fine. I can just issue a fine under our ordinance.
All right.
So it doesn't have to be made part of the enforcement order. That would be my only question. Does it have to be in the enforcement order? Because if you're going to issue that, it wouldn't be there.
We've never done that before. I've
Yeah.
only really issued 2 fines before. One was along a brook that you guys know, and that went to court. And then the other was on Farm Avenue, and that as well went to court. And neither of them, you guys just made a motion. And then I went back and drafted a citation and sent it out. And then they have the ability to either pay the fine or appeal it in court.
Would you be able to,
I mean, if you guys want to
prepare
wait
that,
and
could
talk
you
to Attorney
prepare-
Khan, we can certainly wait until November hearing.
I'm okay with waiting as long as it doesn't affect the revised enforcement order. Or if the fines don't have to, a fine does not have to appear on the enforcement order. If they can be separate, then not a problem. You could draft a citation, whether you have time tomorrow or not. You could draft a citation and send it to us with the enforcement orders as a separate document.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys, I mean, I don't,
I don't know if we want
I'm
to
not sure if
discuss
putting
it.
it on the enforcement order is, I'm not sure what that would, I mean, they have to. What would the action item be on the enforcement order? That's what I'm a little
Yeah.
confused on, because we haven't, like, we don't necessarily have to have an enforcement order under our local ordinance to find them. I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but the way I read it is it's $300. You could charge them $300 for each tree, 233 trees. And that would be the number. And then, the ordinance goes further on to say like a day. I think that would get a little crazy. My thought is that you should definitely be finding Mayor Tree, because they're not even here. I don't think they've just kind of like, walked out the back door and kind of like left the country club to play ball. And I don't think that is. So.
Well,
Is it appropriate to go through the fine and a dollar amount at the public hearing? That's my question. Can we just send it to them separately without discussing it? Do we have to discuss it at a public hearing?
Yeah, I don't think we do actually.
Okay.
And if you guys want to just, continue this, and then I will get that, I will go through the city solicitor. And if you guys want me to actively pursue that for the country club as well as Mayor Tree, are you guys looking to find both of them, or do you want to find just Mayor Tree?
I'd like to find both of them.
Okay, I can work on that behind the scenes with the city solicitor, and if
Okay.
we need a motion, we can come back at the November hearing. But I am very pushy on the fact that I really think Mayor Tree needs to get a fine.
Okay. I'm not arguing. I just like to get it started or done next week if we can.
I'm in support of that, of doing it that way.
So you'll take it up with Attorney Khan and then come back with the separate.
I'll take it
Whatever
up with
this-
Attorney Khan. If I get the green light, I'm not even talking to you guys. I'm just gonna send out a citation for the amount I just said
Yeah,
to
to both the country club
if
and Mayor
that's what
Tree.
you guys want.
Yes,
They would be two separate citations.
correct. Thank you.
So I would say go ahead and continue unless you guys have any more changes that you want made to those action items.
Nope.
Make a motion to continue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
That motion was made by Amanda, seconded by Arthur. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Secretary Vivaldi.
I'm confused why we're continuing it.
Because we haven't given them the enforcement order yet. We got to come back next month and review the enforcement order again once they see it.
Okay,
Well, no, we have to keep it on the agenda because if you got what else would you guys do if you don't continue it?
okay. I agree to continue this hearing. The
All right.
enforcement order.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
and Commissioner Comac.
Yes,
All right, so this is continued to November hearing.
Right.
Which I believe it is November 9th.
Yes. Okay, moving on. Item 3. Continued amendment enforcement order issued to Pedro Polini for work at 60 Warren Street Extension. Property owner has done various projects in the Riverfront without a permit from the commission. Most egregious issue is the failing retaining wall and stormwater drainage pipes into Proctor Brook. I have been out there. I've sent photos to Lucia regarding things that have happened on site. Ladder storage, there was some stone or brick storage, and there's now nice plants along the posts that are in next to the street. But those are, we're supposed to hear back from somebody from the building inspector. Was supposed to
Nope,
go
through
out
the
there and
chair.
see what.
Through the chair, I issued an enforcement order already. You guys should have had a copy of it. I definitely circulated it. Pedro is not on the agenda tonight. I did not ask him to come. I'm giving him, his action item was he had until Halloween to remove all the posts and to remove all the fence. So I'm going to drive
Okay.
out there the first week of November. If he didn't do that, he's going to get another letter and he's going to have to come to the November hearing. I'm just doing it piece by piece. So my suggestion would be to continue it till November.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could you take me out as a panelist here? Thank you.
I can't, you have to leave, Barry.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I don't
No
know how
problem.
to.
Okay, bye, Barry. Thank you. Okay, so we need a motion to continue.
Through the chair.
Yep.
Again, I just want to understand what we're doing here. We have asked, I want to make sure that we have asked the city solicitor to weigh in on this for, it's got to be 3 years now.
Mhm.
And we can't get any response from anyone. So what are we doing? Why are we going spinning round and round? I don't really understand. We can issue anything we want. This guy's not going to do a darn thing.
Okay, two things happened that I didn't see the second one. The first one is he's been storing stuff that's his on somebody else's property. I don't know if it's a city's or it's PMLP, but it's not his property. And the second that happened is, I believe, and I haven't seen it, that there has been work done on at the back of his property, which is Riverfront edge, to fix up his backyard. Again, I haven't seen it, but I've asked for somebody from the building inspector department to go out there and look and report back.
I completely understand. And I went out with you guys the first time, the second time. Again, it seems like, it seems like no one from PMLP wants to touch this. Whether he's storing ladders on their property or not, that's none of our business. I understand it is our business because
Well, it's waterfront property.
I understand. So again, what are we doing about it? Why are this is going around and round and round. And listen, we're volunteers. Unless someone from the city that's not a volunteer, from the building inspector's office, from PMLP, the attorney, the city solicitor, someone's got to say, okay, look, but what are we doing? This is 3 years. What are we doing?
It's me. I'm chipping away at this. I'm trying to, right now, what I'm starting with is I'm trying to get him to remove the fence posts. He's going to cut those down, hopefully by Halloween. And I asked him to remove the ladders. I feel like with him, you have to do everything in piecemeal. It has to be fragmented or he doesn't understand. So once those are done, then I'm going to give him, then I'll get onto the big stuff, which is his drainage. But that's that's a different thing. I'm wondering if the drainage needs to stay, because the reason why he put the drainages is because his basement floods, and he's claiming someone from DPS told him he could do that work. So if that's the case, I mean, I sort of maybe believe him. If that's the case, I mean, you guys have to decide if we're willing to let him stay. But right now it's me. I'm chipping away at this because you guys kept saying you don't want to take it off the agenda. So either take it off the agenda and we forget about it and you just let me chip away at it on the side, or we keep it on the agenda. I'm fine. I am going to follow this through and chip away at it until it's over, because I'm sick of people using the city's property as their own. He's not the only person.
I have a question. And I agree with everything you just said, Lucia, getting the ladder out of there and fence posts, whatever. But I think we got to remember now, why we're here in the first place. It wasn't so much what was being done in that grass area and putting in the ladders. It's the slope going down to the brook. It was, he had done things there that was not the standard. The fear of everything caving in into the resource area, into the brook. That was our biggest worry. And I could still see boards and things sticking up from the photograph. And I don't know what the status that is. You know, maybe maybe the vegetation has been established and it's secure, or it's not going to go anywhere. But I think that's where our main concern is that slope down to the brook, that area that was filled in by somebody, whether it was him or not, and these boards that was put up that really don't do anything. I'm not sure what the condition of that slope is today. I think that's where our toughest job is going to be, Lucia, in getting that addressed.
Yeah, the last time I was out there, it has started to grow in between. It's like basically wood, and then it started eroding away, and the wood, held it. And there is vegetation. But yeah, it's not going to hold up for that long. I mean, at this point, yeah, no one is really. It's hard. We do have a memo from Will Pollitt from like 2 years ago, though. Stating what needs to happen, but the tricky situation is that this is not on Pedro's property. And he's claiming that someone from DPS told him he could do that work.
Yeah.
So
that's the dilemma. That's where we can't seem to get past that.
He might have heard that, or that was said, but it's not valid in our eyes. So I think Lucia's correct. Just keep chipping away at it. I don't think we should just drop the ball here. I think you guys have been working on it for a long time. So I like to continue this and let Lucia do as much as she can. Maybe at some point we're gonna start looking at fines.
Okay, I mean, the fines would be to the property owner, whoever that is. And that's the dilemma.
Or the person, when someone dumps trash.
Well, yeah, if he's storing personal property. And,
that's a dumpy.
Yeah, but, I want to say, let's move on, but we can continue this on the agenda and move on.
Well, yeah, but Stuart, through the chair, look, I just feel bad for Lucia. She's doing a ton of work here, and no one's going to support her on this. I mean, it's the way I see it is we went out there, we did a site visit, we saw everything that Lucia said, and then I know she talked to the city solicitor. I know you've tried to talk to the city solicitor.
Yep.
We don't get any support from any of that. It's almost like the city and PMLP, nobody wants to, deal with it. And so why is it all going to come down to Lucia? She's got tons of stuff to do, and it just seems like she's working her tail off, and on this one, and nobody wants to touch it. So again, I'm at the point where, and again, I see the rest of you guys, okay, you wanted to take care of it, but from my point of view, if no one else wants to deal with it, that's paid from the city, then why are we spinning our wheels? So that's where I'm at. I appreciate what Lucia's doing, but it just seems like she's doing a lot of work.
But our job is to protect the resource area, and we don't have any mechanism to force somebody to go and fix that. We know it needs to be fixed, or at least protected.
Well, I'm just going by what originally was said. Originally was said is the city, again, and I don't remember if it was Stuart's idea. I don't remember whose idea. This was a long time ago. This is 3 years ago now. But the originally way I heard it is that we were going to find out who owns it, and who doesn't matter. If the part that Pedro owns, they were going to have. It's how long ago it was before COVID, because we were talking about Karamis, and he's gone now.
Mm-hmm.
But he was going to go in, fix the banks. We were gonna lien Pedro's house, and the city was gonna put up the money, and we were gonna the city solicitor would put a lien on the house, and when he sold it, whether it's 10 years or 20 or 50 years, the city would get their money back.
I mean, we
That's
had
how
accepted,
that's how it was left to me. I thought that was a great idea. We fixed the problem, everything gets done. But again, you're getting no support from the city proper. So if that's the case, let's just forget it. Why are we spinning our wheels?
and because I think we also determined when we're out there that the solution isn't that all that difficult. We could just, all you do is need a machine out there and pull that grade back to a 2-to-1 and grade that back. And so he's gonna lose half of that lawn, or not him, but half that lawn wouldn't be play area for his children, but we could have pulled that slope back to a 2-to-1 with the machine. And it's not that big of a job.
Again, that's great, but who's donating that? Because the city's not
Right.
paying for it.
Right.
And again, in the city, that no one wants to deal with it. So again,
We're
I
hoping the
appreciate
city could do
I
that.
appreciate all that you guys want to do and Lucia wants to do, but at this point, it seems like, I don't know, 3 years seems like enough. I don't know. Anyway, that's where I'm at. Then go from there.
Make a motion to continue.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Motion to continue made by Arthur, seconded by Mr. Rizzo. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac.
No,
All right, so it passes 5-1 with Bruce voting no to continue. And I will let you guys, keep you guys posted, but we do have a lot of new items on the agenda, so.
Thanks, Lucia.
I am actually going to speak on behalf of 166 Main Street. This is another one that has been on the agenda for quite some time, and I would like to put this one to bed. I do not think Nikolai is here, but I have been out to the site numerous times, and I've been in communication with Nikolai all year, basically. The plants actually that he planted when I think the last time we were here, and they look pretty sad. They're actually looking a lot better now, even though we're in a drought, which is weird. And then he went as further as he was stressed out about whatever the invasive was. I think it was the Japanese knotweed. Can't remember. I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Knotweed. So he got permission from the abutter, because they own Riverfront with him. So he got permission to clear that. He put down some BMPs. He removed all the Japanese knotweed along his property line. And right now there is a black mat down. So he's smothering it. And it's going to come back next year, I imagine. But for right now, he's keeping it at bay. I would suggest that you guys give him a full certificate of compliance. I think he's having issues with financing, so he really needs that full certificate at this point. And there's really nothing more he can do. My suggestion, I thought I gave.
Well, you stated that the trash should be removed from the brook before we release the certificate of compliance.
Yeah, I'm just whatever. I'm looking for that right now. Sorry. Yeah, my suggestion, would be to remove the trash out of the brook. I don't honestly think that trash is from him. What it looks like is it's coming down from like Pierpont, and it's like going through the culverts, or it's coming off of the Azorian. I'm not sure if there's trash tracks in between there, but things might be getting through the trash tracks. That's what it looks like to me, because the dumpster on site was like really tidy. That was the first thing I looked at. It was closed and pretty new. So my recommendation would be to issue a full certificate of compliance with the following conditions in perpetuity. That the O&M is in perpetuity. The dumpster must be covered at all times. The riverfront enhancement area must remain in perpetuity, and the signs established along the riverfront enhancement area must remain in perpetuity, to be held until the trash is removed from the brook.
I'll
Do we
make that
hear a-
motion.
Okay, second,
Second.
roll call.
Yep, I think I heard Arthur and Bruce. Who was that?
I did.
Was it Arthur who made the second first? No, it was Bruce.
I did.
It doesn't matter, either one.
Well, I mean, it does. So I have Mike Rizzo, seconded by Bruce. Roll call. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes,
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
and Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
Great, so that passes unanimously 6-0.
okay, moving on to item 5. Request for a full certificate of compliance made by Giovanni Fedora, the PE, on behalf of Mike Messick for DEP file number 55612. Project is a demolition of an existing building and the construction of a new structure. The address is known as 23 Central Street, map 85, lot 19X, Peabody, Mass. Partial CC has been issued. We have a letter in a file that states that the original NOI was for a demolition of an existing building, construction of a new one. The question, I guess, is the datum on the as-built is different from the datum of the original plan. It makes difficult to understand where the flood elevations, if they stayed the same. And hopefully somebody can help us out.
May I speak?
That Jack Kelty?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Jack.
Good evening. Giovanni Fodera, who is the applicant and the engineer who supplied the letters, and supplied, David Terenzoni had supplied the plan. We do believe that at least the datum used for the plan that you have as a certificate of compliance is comparable to the datum that was utilized by Eastern Land Survey. Mr. Fodera has stated at the bottom of his letter that he believes that the project was completed as designed and in accordance with the approved order of conditions. And Giovanni did have a wedding to go to tonight and asked me to cover for him. I don't believe that David Terenzoni is at the meeting, and I do believe that I don't believe that I can verify that. Well, let's look. I may be able to. He shows finished elevations of. He shows finished elevations on the plan he filed at some 27 between the two buildings, 27 out front. And today I saw a plan not intended to be utilized at this meeting, but they have dropped substantially. They have changed substantially. So if the feeling of the commission is that the datum utilized by Mr. Terenzoni on the plan last revised November 12, 21 should be replaced with the plan dated, which I only have. I do have a plan dated October 12, 2022 that is done on a different datum. And that shows, for instance, the elevation between the two buildings to be 20, whereas it shows on your plan as 27. Up in the upper left corner, 28 is now 21. So I would suggest that if the board were to consider issuing the order. They do so on the basis of substituting a plan dated October 12th, 2022, which is essentially at a different datum. He said that he received a link from NOAA, and they sent a link to the conversion of datums from NGVD 1929 to NGVD 1988, and that plan does depict the elevations as I've just suggested, which are some 7 feet different because they're on a different datum. There's no change in the result there's no change. The grades are what the grades are, but this particular plan, if you'd like it to be substituted, is on a different datum and was provided just today. But again, it was not provided for this meeting.
Is the change in data, I guess, because you're saying the grades never changed, just the information. Is that affecting the floodplains at all?
Well, it does in terms of some of the datum appears to be, well out of the floodplain, and it's not quite the elevation that we're
Yeah, through the chair, that's why I'm having issues with this file, is because all of a sudden, like, they sent me a plan over showing that they were out of the flood zone by like 6 feet or something like that. The data changed like drastically. It was like elevation 21 and then it went to 27 on a revised plan. And I figured out that they changed the datum. So I believe they're still in the flood zone. But right now, the way, like I think for a while they thought they weren't, but they definitely are. But it's just, I don't have a problem I just think like right now, you guys might not be able to issue a full certificate of compliance. To answer your question, Stu, does it change the floodplain? That is my question. The as-built I have is not matching the plan that was approved, and those elevations, it's showing 6 foot difference of elevations with really no reason why. I had to figure out that the datum changed on my own. So either like the whole reason why you would want an as-built on work in FEMA flood zone and Riverfront is so that you know that the elevations are what you guys agree to. So the elevations should be like 21.70 between the buildings and like 20.81 at the rear of the building, and up at like the top corner, 22.1. And the plan that we have, I don't think that's what it's saying. And that's, I'm not saying that they filled in floodplain. I'm just saying that what they gave us is really confusing and I can't figure it out. It just looks to me not know if like I didn't know that the datum was changed to the newer datum. It looks to me that they added like 6.5 feet in the flood zone. So I think we need something from the engineer explaining that, and we don't have that right now. It just kind of says.
And I don't disagree with that. So what I'd ask is that the matter be continued and that we submit this revised plan formally to the commission. I can do that tomorrow.
Have a motion to continue?
I'll make a motion to continue.
Second.
Roll call.
All right, that motion was continued till November, made by Secretary Vivaldi, seconded by Mr. Comack. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yeah.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
and Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
All right, so it is continued to November 6-0. Jack, can you just make sure that you let the engineer know that I already have that plan, but I really need someone explaining it in
I
writing.
understand. Yep, we'll do that.
All right.
Thanks. Good seeing you, Jack.
All righty.
You see him? I didn't see him.
Next item, request for determination of, oh, that's not right. Item 6 is continued request for full certificate of compliance made by Mel Hagan, Western and Sampson on behalf of the Salem Country Club for DEP file number 55845. Project is proposed parking lot improvements and buffer zone restoration. Address is known as 133 Forest Street, map 59, lot 81X, portion in Peabody, Mass. Is Mel here?
I am here and my background is going off script.
It's all right. We can see in the woods.
Lucia, if you could add Bill Rocco as well, just in case he has any questions.
Anyone else?
Nope, that's it.
Hi, Bill.
How you doing, everybody?
Good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Lucia, did you want to start this off, or do you want me to just jump on in, or?
Jump on in.
Okay, so we were with you last time to get a little more clarification in what was needed to be done to close out this order of conditions. This is for what we're calling Lot S on the Salem Country Club property. And there was a stormwater basin that was constructed as part of an enforcement order. The country club had to submit an after the fact notice of intent after a parking lot had been done. As part of that, there was a restoration plan, and as part of that restoration plan, there was a stormwater basin that was installed. Lucia and I went and visited the site together maybe a month, 5 weeks ago. And from that site visit, Lucia had maybe 5 to-do items. And they basically were putting together a long-term operation and maintenance plan for the stormwater basin, and then doing various vegetation cutting in the basin, in the parking lot, that sort of thing. So I sent Lucia pictures of everything that has been done per her request. We forwarded her the operation and maintenance plan for the stormwater basin. So I think we've provided everything that's required. And with that, I would just open it up for questions if the commission has any.
Anybody?
This is the parking lot area that was constructed for the senior open.
That's correct.
All right. Yeah, I have no questions. That's.
Has the work been done, completed?
Yes, it has. I forwarded Lucia photos of that yesterday. Yep.
Okay. Do we need Lucia, do you need a site visit again, or are you
Yeah,
happy with it?
through the chair, if you, so I would suggest, let me just see. Yeah, I did not get a chance to write a memo for this because Mel was on vacation last week, and so whatever. I would say they do need to put some crushed stone down, Bill, if you want to. I mean, if you don't want to put the crushed stone down, don't. But I just think it's to the benefit of the country club to get that crushed stone down along that access drive, so no one can say you don't have an access drive when I just get worried if it grows over. And the debris in the pictures that I saw, it looked like the debris was left in the basin, so that needs to get removed out of the basin and out of all buffer zones. So my suggestion would be to issue a full certificate of compliance with the ongoing condition that the O&M is in perpetuity. asking them to remove the debris from the basin and hold until staff confirms and conducts a site visit that all the action items have been completed.
And Lucia, just to clarify, when you say the debris, you're talking about the vegetation that was cut. That's
Yep.
what, yep,
Yep.
exactly. Okay, just so Bill understands.
Yeah, and this is me getting nitpicky, and I don't know if we want to get nitpicky at 9 o'clock when we haven't even opened any new hearing items yet. But there was supposed to be a certain sort of vegetation in the basin, and I think right now it's just, you know, like invasives and stuff growing in there. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to have that. I don't. I mean, Mel, can you say what's growing in there right now? I know it's not what was supposed to get planted though.
Yeah, so what was on the restoration plan to be planted was a restoration seed mix for upland areas, you know, just for bank stabilization. And I'm sure that it was done, even though this was done before my time, only because everything else was done as required on the restoration plan. And my sense is over time, this is just what naturally has filled in. So if we wanted to go back and have all the species that were in that erosion control mix, I mean, I think we'd have to sort of remove all the vegetation right now, which is going to be a huge disturbance. I don't know if we want to do that in the buffer zone or not.
What about just reducing the, like cutting it more or less?
Yeah, which is exactly what we did. Yeah, we've cut it. Yeah, and that's in the operation and maintenance plan, is that the basin's going to be cut at a minimum 2 times a year. So we're going to keep it really low. Yep.
If you did that, I'm satisfied with that, that it's not overgrown and. I make a motion for full compliance if upon that all that's been completed and is that I make a motion for full compliance.
Motion for a full certificate of compliance is on the table. Any second?
I'll second it.
Roll call.
Yeah, can that full certificate of compliance, I would definitely recommend that the O&M is in perpetuity.
Yes.
Okay, and that it's held until staff confirms work's completed.
Yes.
All right, I will go ahead and read that roll call. Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
And Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
That passes 6-0. Full certificate to be held as discussed.
So Lucia, is the next step for the Salem Country Club that after they remove that vegetation that we call you and then we just visit it on site with you?
Yes. My suggestion would be, I mean, I really think you guys, if you want to keep that access road, I would definitely put some stone down. Because otherwise it's going to look like you're cutting stuff down if you cut it down. Yeah, so get the debris out, make sure all those action items are definitely finished. And then maybe we can go through it before I come out there, and then I can come out there, and then I will bring the certificate and hand it to you.
Perfect. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Nice seeing you.
Thank you.
Next item, request for determination of applicability. Item 7, continued public hearing for request for determination of applicability submitted by Baker, Braverman, and Barbadoro PC, Kimberly Croha Esquire for JD Raymond Inc. The abutter property is known as the Residences at Farm Ave LLC. The proposed work is a 6-story 40B apartment building with 116 residential units and parking on the ground floor. The property is known as 27R Farm Ave, map 69, lots 005A and 12, Peabody, Mass. Is this the one that Attorney Crowha requested we continue?
Nope,
No,
she did
This was
originally.
withdrawn.
She has withdrawn it, exactly. So
She
if
was-
you want to
she
make a
was-
motion to accept the withdrawal, I honestly don't even think you need to make a motion, but you might as well just, I think we should do.
Yeah,
it
motion to
fast, 'cause We
withdraw.
still have a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
That's all
motion
right.
to withdraw item 7.
Seconded.
Roll call.
That motion was made by Vice Chairman Rizzo, seconded by Amanda.
Yes.
Tony, did you want to speak, or are you okay with them allowing this withdrawal?
Well, I just wanted to make one last plea to the commission. This has dragged on for quite some time. The commission could end all this just by issuing a -3 determination. Lucia, you've been out there. We're talking about roughly 5,000 to 7,000
I
square feet
think
of.
that we need to cut this conversation because Attorney Crowha isn't here. There's already an NOI. I just think that you should just, I don't think you issuing a negative determination. They already filed a notice of intent. So all due respect, Tony, I just think you're beating a drum that I really don't think is a good drum to beat. I think we should just move on.
I
Go with that
understand.
NOI because Attorney Crow is not here, and I just think it's kind of, I told her like she didn't have to come, and I feel like it would be rude if we continued on with the conversation. So my suggestion would be to accept the withdrawal, and then we just continue on with the NOI that DEP is reviewing right now, with both parties are both involved, and that's all Attorney Crow wanted. So do you guys want to continue with your withdrawal?
Yeah, I already made the
I
motion.
think I already did the roll call, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You did.
it's already
Yeah,
done.
you did.
So as long as you guys don't want to take it back, we're
Nope.
moving on.
Move on.
Sorry,
In
Tony.
DEP's hands.
No, that's I represent my client. I have to try my best, but I appreciate the time. Thank you.
All right. Item 8, public hearing on a request for determination of applicability submitted by Devin Morse,
We take the
Hancock
vote.
Associates. Huh?
Did you take the vote in the last withdrawal?
So we did.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did. I thought we just had a second.
No, I have that Rizzo and Amanda. It was made by Rizzo, seconded by Amanda. Honestly, you guys probably don't even, it's not like you guys were making like, I mean, if you want to raise your hands in case we miss the roll call, and I'll just count everyone. Stuart, Rizzo, Arthur, Amanda, Bruce, Vivaldi. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All set? Number 8, public hearing request for determination of applicability submitted by Devin Morris of Hancock Associates for Daniel Flaherty, the owner. Proposed work is construction of a detached garage property is known as 103 Gooddale Street, map 17, lot 99B in Peabody. Lucia and I went on site last week. And the only issues we had, I think, on that one was the drop off at the end, correct, Lucia?
But the extremely large pile of landscaping debris.
Well, that was also, there's a file cabinet and a refrigerator in the area of the wetlands, but
Yeah, that was not on
It's a
his
different
site,
site.
but the landscaping debris was massive. It's probably one of the bigger landscaping piles. I would have loved to just turn and not look at it, but it's really big, and it really he needs to know he can't do that going forward, and it should be removed.
well, he indicated that he doesn't do that. He mulches and just lets it lay in the ground. So, and it looked like it was quite old. It was like,
Someone's been doing it, because I know you didn't walk around on it, but I started moving it around, and I was standing on a massive mound, and I was actually afraid I was going to fall in it. That's how
Okay.
big I thought it was.
all right, so what do you want to do with this? Approve it with the condition that he gets rid of all the landscaping? Are the grass cuttings?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Well, I mean, typically, do you guys want to have Miss Morse and the property owner like let you know what they're planning to do? I would definitely, it's my opinion that his landscaping debris pile needs to get moved and he needs to start using the city's curbside pickup of landscape and yard waste in the future. And whether he did that or someone else, his neighbor's doing it on his property, that's really not our business. It looked like it's on his property, so he really needs to move it out of there. And that would be my suggestion, that it gets moved out the best he can before work starts. But I really think you guys need to have them show you what they're doing first, because the landscaping debris has nothing to do with the project.
It's all buffer zone, right, Lucia?
It is, or close to buffer zone.
Well, I think it's actually riverfront of local river. There actually is a stream. I think it was pretty dried up, but everything's dried up right now. Even Strongwater Brook's dried up.
Good evening, this is Dan Flaherty. I am the owner of the property. I apologize, my video does not seem to be working right now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So Lucia, I did take into consideration, so I will, make an attempt to move that pile of debris.
Through the chair, is anyone going to, show the plan? Devin, are you working on this or no? Is someone going to show the plan? We really need to get a move on. It's already 9 and we have like 4 new items still and like a bunch of continued stuff.
Sorry about that. Can everyone hear me and see me okay?
Yes. Hi, Devin.
Yes, I can put up the plan for Mr. Flaherty, but I think he's going to kind of go through all of this with you. So that way I can, I'll share the screen. Hold on one moment. Sorry. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So Dan, if you want to go ahead and lead them through, I can
Sure.
hold this up for you guys.
Thanks, Devin, for jumping in here.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so I'm proposing to build a 2-car garage. Currently, where we park our cars now, it's a gravel square that we park our cars at now. And then the surrounding area is grass. And I had to go in front of the ZBA to get approval because the square footage of the garage was over the 500 square feet that's currently allowed. So the ZBA approved on July 18th with the condition to gain Conservation Commission approval because of the intermittent stream that's in the buffer zone of the Benevento Circle area as shown on the plan. So we hired Hancock Associates. David came out and delineated the bordering vegetated wetland area. And I had my surveyor come back out, and so he pulled those, the distances from the flags to the proposed location for the garage, and then added that to this plan as shown. So the garage is 103 feet away from the BV, the bordering vegetated wetland area, and falls within the 200-foot buffer zone of the intermittent stream. Hence the need for the RDA. So Lucia and Chairman Lazaros came out, walked the property, and pointed out the debris that needs to be cleaned up at the edge of the property line.
So I have a question, Lucia. So the location of the erosion controls that are shown on the plan is the debris on the river side of that erosion controls or on the house side?
It's it's almost where it says like I believe it's where the number 103 is. That red, yep, right there. It's somewhere right around that area.
Okay.
It's where the grade, because he doesn't show topography on this, the grade starts dropping drastically. And it's my opinion that there's a downhill and he just kind of filled this whole mountain with landscaping. It was like leaves and yard waste and tree limbs. And I told him on site, like he was instructed that day to have it removed off site. And I told him about the city's pickup, curbside pickup. So hopefully he started bagging it up.
Are the erosion controls in place now?
Not yet.
So
No.
should the erosion controls be placed on the other side of the area where he's gonna be removing the brush?
No, I don't think so. I think someone needs, it's already in like the buffer zone area. I think someone needs to just go in, take it and put it in a bag and pull try to get as many, they don't have to get all of the tree branches out, but I mean, it's really the grass clippings and all of the leaves that were piled, and they're being held up by like tons of branches. So there's this matrix of branches, and then in between is like grass clippings and leaves. And it appears that it's like building out the yard, but it needs to get removed. And I don't want to belabor it too much, but I think if you guys just make a motion for a negative determination with the conditions that I recommended, as well as saying that it needs to be held until I can confirm that the debris has been removed out of the buffer zone.
Okay. All right.
Do we hear a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Second.
Well, hold on, you guys have to open it to the public.
Oh,
You always have to open it to the public, and then you have to close it, and then you make a
Okay.
motion.
open it to the public?
I'll make that motion open to the public.
Second?
You don't need to make a motion to open it, you just open it to the public. And I
Okay.
don't see anyone raising their hand, so I think if you guys don't have any
We
more
can-
questions for him, you can make a motion to close it, and then you would make the motion to issue the negative determination with the conditions.
All right. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second? Raise your hands.
Wait, I didn't hear that motion. Who made the motion to close it?
I did.
Okay, and that was seconded by?
Me.
Okay, we do need a roll call on this. Chairman Lazaris?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo?
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi?
Yes.
Commissioner Athos?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Comac?
Yes.
All right, so the item is closed unanimously, and there's still no one raising their hand, so now I would suggest you make a
Can we
negative
get a-
determination.
Can we get a motion for a negative determination,
I
please?
made that motion, yes. Motion issue a negative determination with the conditions that the erosion controls get in place, that Lucia's notified in advance, and that the landscape debris has been removed before the negative determination is issued.
Second,
Second.
roll call?
What were those conditions? Just the erosion controls?
The erosion controls be inspected before commencement of work, and that the staff must be notified once all the work is completed to approve the removal of erosion controls and compliance. But it's
And
all to be held until the staff confirms the landscape debris has been removed and out of the buffer zone.
What's
All
your
right.
vote?
So Devin and Mr. Flaherty, do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and do a roll call. That motion was made by Mr. Rizzo, seconded by Ms. Green. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 6-1 unanimously. So Dan, I am going to be holding that until you remove all of that debris.
Okay.
Dan and Lucia, do you, how do you want that to be photographs sent over via email and another inspection, just so he knows the due process of it before you issue.
Yep, I think I notified that it was done, and maybe they notify me also when the erosion controls are down, and I can come inspect the erosion controls and then inspect that as well.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you.
I can be there also, again, not a problem. So does this stay on our agenda till next time, or do you just clear it when you get all the documentation?
No, you guys close it. It's done. It's off your agenda, and
Good.
I think this is pretty easy. I'm not worried about 21 days ticking and
No,
him going to
that's fine.
DEP for not wanting to remove his landscape and debris. So I'm pretty confident we can move on with this.
Okay. Dan, my son says hello.
Hello to Mike. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, commission members.
Going on to item 10. Notice 9. You're right. Request determination of applicability submitted by Nobis Group, Cassandra Cataldus for Brooksby Village by Erickson Senior Living. For this, Cassandra?
I do. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. And I usually go by my first name, and you can understand why some of these things happen. Lucia, if you could bring up Allison Taylor too. She'll be joining me to speak on this project. Allison is a landscape architect for
How
the project.
do you pronounce her last name?
In Greek, it would be Koutalides.
That makes more sense than trying to pronounce it in English.
Well, it's a long, long line of people that have gone through that pain. Anyway,
Thank you.
what we're here to talk about is Brooksby Village, Kingsbury Court Clubhouse, and some renovations to the existing graded area, the landscape area that's the western portion of the courtyard. What we have, and I'll share my screen if you like. I just saw that pop up. See here. Where am I? See if that works. Can you all see that?
No.
Yes.
Let's see something.
Okay, should be up now.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to skip the opening letter and move on to the narrative, and then we can look at the drawings and then the form you're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
So Brooksby Village has been in existence for approximately 40 years, is my understanding. And when it was constructed, I believe there was this small isolated wetland to the western rear of the property. We had it redelineated this season with Goddard Consulting. I think they're on after me. They're coming up next to talk to you about another project. And we did not decide to try to eliminate it as an isolated wetland. We didn't do the bathymetric measurements. We figured that we would be conservative and count it as a jurisdictional wetland. The proposed work is within the buffer zone of this wetland. We are not proposing any changes to the wetland per se. There's no changes to any of the drainage patterns. Most of the work will be confined to, actually all of the work is either in the buffer zone or outside the buffer zone. I'm just going to move to a drawing. I'll show you the wetland delineation here and the ortho photo. You can see the property on the USGS. And I have, zoom this out a bit. Shown here is in these dashed yellow squares is the buffer zone to this isolated bordering vegetated wetland. And at this point, I think what I'd like to do is turn it over to Allison so she can talk about the proposed work within this area.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Allison Taylor. I'm a landscape architect and senior associate with Horde Copeland Mocht. Thank you for your time tonight. So the project that we're proposing, as Cassandra mentioned, is in an already developed area. And it's just some enhancements to this area and enhancing the amenity spaces for the residents in conjunction with some interior renovations to the clubhouse. So what we are proposing are 2 amenity terraces. They're approximately 24 feet diameter. They have tables and chairs and umbrellas. One will have a fire feature, one will have a water fountain proposed. Under the existing building, or just west of the existing building canopy, is a proposed expanded hardscape area to serve as a pad for performances. So musicians, other events like that. And then directly opposite that is a covered pavilion, a pergola, with a patio space underneath it. That is currently 40 feet by 20 feet. The client asked us to make it about half as small, so that footprint will actually be reduced. Most of the pathways are existing and we are not impacting them. So the ones that are in tan are existing sidewalks to remain. The ones in gray are the ones to be added. They're 5 feet wide. And they connect all of these spaces to sort of create a cohesive whole. And I just want to reiterate that we're actually not changing any grading. As Cassandra mentioned, the drainage patterns will remain the same, and these work with the existing grading. We'll be adding new native plantings shown in green, some shrubs, perennials, trees. The campus has an initiative to use native plantings to create habitat and support biodiversity. So we will follow that. We are also not impacting any of the existing trees. Those will be incorporated into the plan. And I think that's it for the most part. Cassandra, is there anything else I should mention?
We hope to start construction in 2023. We are going to, there are areas along some of the existing walkways that are not ADA compliant any longer because of tree root protrusion or cracks, and those are intended to be removed and replaced. We are going to use appropriate, standard erosion control measures during construction to protect this area down here. Essentially it stays as it is. It is, may have at one time been designed as a stormwater detention basin because we noticed that there was a pipe, this one structure here with a pipe that appears to have an outlet into this area. And then for another structure that's in this location, there is an inlet pipe you can see fairly shallow, and the outlet pipe at the base of the drainage structure drains in this direction to this catch basin over here, and then moves out toward the edge of the project area. I think that that about covers it. Foundation work will be fairly limited. We'll be looking at sort of shallow footings, mat foundations, sonotubes, where needed. And the whole intent is to try to refresh the area. The residents have found that the seating is too far apart. They'd like to be, closer together in more convivial settings. They'd like to have activities, where you might have a small, let's say acoustic, performance, or a flat screen, large flat screen TV put up so they could watch, movies. They might have yoga on the lawn, trying to, increase the sense of wellness for this part of the Brooksby Village community. We're not changing, as Ellison mentioned, we're not removing any vegetation. There's no screening, visual impact to any of the abutters. We understand that on the western boundary is a condominium complex. The rest of the property is bounded by the Brooksby Village community. And I think before the pergola and plaza is going to be halved, we were looking at approximately 1,500 square feet of increased impervious surface, but all of the drainage is sized adequately. We don't see any need to add any utilities or, do any earthwork in that regard, except for running the proposed water service would be coming from the building. And if the fireplace stays within the project, the proposed gas line would also be extending from the building.
Any questions, anybody?
And one more thing is, if you don't mind, through the chair, is that we are seeking a negative determination, and we're happy to accept conditions on that.
Through
Do
the
we
chair.
open this? Go ahead, Bruce.
All right, so here's my questions. The current walkways are concrete?
Asphalt.
It says concrete, okay, so they're asphalt.
They are asphalt.
And what are the new walks gonna be made of?
Asphalt.
Asphalt. And the patio materials?
I believe that's concrete, right?
Yeah, those will be scored concrete, perhaps colored.
And is there currently irrigation in the area, and is it going to be changed?
Yes.
I saw some irrigation heads, so I would say yes, but there's no change that I'm aware of.
Right, all right. Because I mean, the pictures that you have show, some of the pictures show just a burnt lawn area, so. All right, my question is, I guess Peabody, you can't water anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I have no problem. I personally have no problem with this. It looks like a good project. The only thing I would suggest is if they were gonna to make it a little bit better, if they just made in the walkways, the new walkways and the new patios, you can do as little or as much, but at least the patios, I'd like to see them made out of a pervious material, pervious paver. There's plenty of pervious materials that are around that are available.
We can certainly consider that. The challenge or the community typically doesn't do unit pavers because of concern for settling and them becoming tripping hazards. But we can certainly discuss that with the client. But that's a big concern in most of the senior living communities that I work on.
There is porous
asphalt and concrete.
Asphalt.
Yeah, that's right.
And that typically does work well. It's got to be vacuumed for maintenance, but it does work well letting the water pass through. And I don't know if you want to make the pads out of that, or if there's a porous concrete that you can use. And I don't know what that does to hold up in the winter. Okay. But you may want to think about making the pads for the, those round areas, asphalt as well. Porous something.
Sure, we're happy to explore that, the porous concrete and the porous asphalt.
Yeah, I mean, I understand a tripping hazard and the stuff settles irregularly, but and being of that age, I don't want to be tripping and falling either.
Yeah, even being my age, I don't want to trip and fall. Right.
All right, Lucia, got your hand up?
Yeah, I'm just through the chair. I feel that if that's something you guys want, you shouldn't just leave it up to them to say, yeah, we'll think about it, because if we close the meeting and yeah, we'll think about it, well, yeah, they're not going to put porous asphalt or pavement there. It's going to be whatever the cheapest is. So if you guys want pervious pavement in some areas, you have to ask for that tonight, and they can say no, and you guys, so if you want it, you have to ask for it and request a revised plan. And if you can't condition it, then, I mean, they can always file a notice of intent or something.
I would just add that one of the things that in my past experience with porous concrete and porous asphalt is we'll have to check whether the soils infiltrate, and if they don't, it'll require a fairly deep section of drainage gravel, which will require much more disturbance. So I'll just add that in there as well.
I mean, through the chair, it looks like one of the circular pads has drainage under it, so they really can't dig under there. Can you guys zoom in on that? That's really my biggest issue on this site, is that there's various catch basins around the project area, and it's imperative that the stormwater features are not disturbed during this work. I think, I think impervious pervious surfaces is definitely better. But they definitely can't do it on that one because they'll be breaking up pipes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I was thinking that this would either be brought to grade, finished grade as a grate and catch basin, or we could put a frame and cover on it and put a new basin just to the left outside of that area and still be able to access it for maintenance.
See, I was told that none of this stormwater was getting changed, and now you guys are telling us at the meeting that you don't even know what you're doing with that. We need to know that.
No, I was proposing that as something to consider from the commission standpoint. I'm not looking to change this at all. We can work with what's there. And I don't know how to get rid of this blue box.
All right, so in order to do a porous pad, you'd have to dig down and potentially destroy some or damage some of the piping that's there, the drains.
Well, through the chair, I mean, they certainly could do it on the other side, but again, it is more digging in buffer zone. I mean, that one's pretty far away though. The one on the other side, that's probably like I don't even think that's in our buffer zone.
It is, part of it is, if you look here, kind of cuts through the middle of it. So half is and half isn't. It is, yeah, if we're going to have something that drains through the asphalt, then it has to drain somewhere. So I think to Alice's point, you'd create like a box. You'd box out an area beneath the walkway, which you would not have to do if you were just putting in a straight, regular asphalt path. We would have a much thinner layer of base material, gravel material there.
And I'll just also add that our goal with this project was to minimize disturbance as much as possible and not have to change the drainage pattern or add or subtract catch basins. Our goal really was to design something that could work with exactly what's there. That was our intent.
To the chair.
Go ahead.
My opinion, I don't know if we need to do any of that. I think the project as presented is a good project. I'm not saying that having porous pavement isn't a good thing. It is. But again, all the sidewalks in the area are all bituminous concrete, all of the same texture and everything. And to introduce a pervious pavement has different textures. And I know the area pretty well because my parents lived there, and people have a lot of trouble walking, and getting around. I think changing textures could bother people a little bit. I don't know if it's really necessary to do that. I would build it the way they're presenting it and not change the materials that most people are used to walking on.
I'm in agreement with that for the purpose of these sidewalks would be consistent. It's like it would look better. The pads themselves, you said, would be concrete, correct? Where the tables are and chairs.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Perhaps a little color.
yeah, the current sidewalks are asphalt.
Yes,
And the new ones are proposed as asphalt, correct?
yes, and I think that's a good point about texture,
Well,
because it's a
texture
better wearing surface. You have the right stone size.
I think it works as it's presented. And the water drains off of the asphalt. It's not, or off the walkways or the pads. There's certainly catch basins within 3 feet of it. It's not like the water is going to pond anywhere. So it's like I don't see the benefit in putting in porous pavements if the ground around it is porous and is set up to drain. I think you've accomplished what we want to do. So.
Want to open the item to members of the public?
Go ahead. Anybody in the audience want to speak?
I am going to allow a woman named Catherine Koopa to speak. Catherine, you'll be able to unmute yourself and you need to state your name and address for the record, please.
I don't see her. Oh, Catherine Cooper, there she is.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Catherine Koopa. I live at 9 Ledgewood Way, Unit 23. So I'm wondering, you're looking at the plans and you're showing the plans of the space. If you could pull up on the PowerPoint, page 16.
Okay, hold on.
I'm talking right now. The one before that?
Here, yes,
correct.
I got it.
Okay, so I live at Ledgewood Way. We currently already deal with the backing up of the trucks and the snow plows in the winter beeping constantly. And now this proposed area that is outlined in red, you see how we have multiple buildings here where this area is abutted up against 4 of our buildings. So with this space being renovated, a couple of questions. You're going to put an outside theater there per the plans, which I have and I've read. So number one, what is the plan for the amount of concerts, the amount of outdoor activities that are going to be going on in this area? The second question would be, I noticed that you also said in the proposal that you're going to be monitoring the wetlands in the adjacent areas to make sure that there's no impact. So have you conducted a study to see if what you're going to do is going to affect the buildings that are not in Brooksby, like the ones behind, like that's building 9, that's building 8, building 9, building 10. And it doesn't appear to leave much space between the area that you own and the buildings that are currently in Ledgewood. So I'm curious on this picture, how far out is your proposed new entertainment area going to be?
Well, I believe the entertainment area is right here, Catherine, right adjacent to this canopy.
I thought the stage was not close to this building. It was on the opposite side.
Allison, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the pergola?
Yeah,
the seating?
Yep, the pergola is just opposite the building across the lawn. The concrete pad space is adjacent to the existing building.
Right where my
That's
cursor
right.
is right
Yeah.
here. And then this isolated wetland that's in this vicinity here is not hydrologically connected to anything. There are no other wetlands in the area. And it will not, there is no impact to it. It's not going to flood any more or take in any more water than it currently does. In fact, water drains from it, we believe, to the closed drain pipe system that exits the area and travels through the complex.
So when you say a pergola, it's actually not a pergola. It's a theater. It's a theater where people can listen to concerts according to the plans. It's not just like an outside space. It's actually a theater. Am I not correct?
No, Cassandra, I think if you go back to the plan, it might be our plan, it might be a little easier to explain. And maybe just point out where her buildings are in relation to this plan.
Okay, so the building that you mentioned, Catherine, would be more or less off the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Correct.
and far off is
Mhm.
is what I can tell from the aerial. And the concrete pad, it's by no means a theater. It's as Cassandra mentioned, I think perhaps a quartet every now and then. I don't even know if it'll be amplified. They are thinking about one of the portable movie screens, but the speakers that are associated with that are I don't know how to say it. They are directed such that the sound stays within this space. It would not be amplified off the property.
But how do you, I don't mean to interrupt, but how do you know that? Have you run any tests or done any? Because we can hear everything that happens over there. Even when people are playing music currently without it being a theater.
Oh, yeah, the speakers that I'm used to working with in these types of situations are designed to direct the sound very intentionally. I guess I can't guarantee that you wouldn't hear it if you hear folks playing their music. But typically what they would be located sort of where the pergola is and directed towards the building, so that the sound is being projected towards the building, if you will. And those are often used in public spaces like this, even more public, out in urban areas or some of the other spaces I work with.
Through the chair.
Yeah, I think to call it a theater is a bit of an overstatement. It's just a little pad to have some musical performances, like I said, like a quartet. It's not my understanding that they intend to have any amplified, electrified, rock bands or anything like that. It's not to underestimate your concern. It sounds like you are impacted already by some noise from the community, so I appreciate your concern. But yeah, it's not.
Can I ask a question, Allison?
Sure.
We're talking about the sound carrying, but if you're doing a performance, do you have any idea what time the performances would end? Is this a 6 o'clock, an 8 o'clock,
You're the chair. I feel like we're getting into like an entertainment license, and that's not what we're here for.
No, I'm just curious as to I'm just curious as to what the plan do with it.
I know, but I think I told them at the site visit that I think they need to call the city clerk's office and find out if they need an entertainment license for this. And I think that the abutters at Ledgewood should also call, because we're not here for, you know, like what time they're gonna close. We're here for the wetlands. Noise isn't really our thing. But my thought is, I feel like an author, you might be able to answer this better than anyone. Does this sound like they need a special permit for an entertainment license for this? Or, I mean, it's a weird thing because it's Brooksby. This building it's a bar. So can you mute yourself if you are, we can hear you.
I don't know if they need an entertainment license. It might be, you know, under their zoning, that they set special zoning for Brooksby to set up. So, but I do think that this topic is getting way away from the wetlands and what the Conservation Commission is supposed to be talking about. So, so maybe, you know, they want to meet with the abutters and, you know, just to be friendly and to share information, but it's really not the topic for us here. I don't know if there are any other people that wish to talk about it in the public.
Yeah, through the chair, can we, I agree with Arthur. Can we get going with our stuff? We have a lot more stuff to go.
Catherine, you had your hand up. Are you satisfied?
Well, I'm just curious how you can guarantee that it's not going to disturb any of the wetlands or any of the wildlife that's back there. There's deers, there's turkey, there's all kinds of wildlife back there that run through the back between Brooksby and Ledgewood. So,
but they're not in that area. They're staying away from that area.
they're staying away from that area, but the thing that they're building is going to create noise, and so that would in turn affect the wildlife now.
Okay. I don't have an answer, but I think that it doesn't impact the wetlands, so we can move on, I hope.
Yeah,
Anybody else in the, Mike?
We need to move on. Yeah, I would think we need to move on.
They're not gonna have Metallica playing, are they?
Oh, yeah.
Not that I know of, a revival concert. No, I don't think so.
And they're 85, they'll come.
3 nights a week.
We move to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Yep, motion to close made by Bruce, seconded by Mr. Rizzo. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
You're still here? Commissioner Comac?
Yeah, right.
Yes.
I'm leaving after this.
Okay. Bruce, did you say yes?
Yes.
All right, so it's closed. And just before we go on to the motion, I did give you guys a recommended motion. Catherine, I want you to know that what you're saying is not falling on deaf ears. It's just that it's really not our jurisdiction. So my suggestion to you would be to reach out to Brooksby and have your condominium reach out to their condominium. And then I also highly suggest you reach out to Allison, the city clerk, tomorrow and ask her about a special permit and an entertainment license for this, because it sounds like it is going to affect you if it's outdoor stage. So I definitely recommend you calling the clerk's office tomorrow.
All right, do we have a motion?
Yeah, well, if as far as accepting the plan as proposed, if Bruce doesn't have any objection, and then I would make the motion to issue a negative determination based on the plan presented tonight with the conditions outlined by Lucia regarding erosion controls to be inspected before the commencement of work. Number one. Number two, that all existing stormwater features must remain in current condition, and any revisions to stormwater and/or drainage flow will require a filing of a new notice of intent. 3, an as-built plan is required to be submitted to the Conservation Commission for review once the work has been completed. And 4th, that the erosion controls must remain in place until the Conservation Commission staff confirms work has been completed in substantial compliance and the work area is in a stable condition, such as vegetation.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
Roll call?
Yep, so I have a negative determination with those 4 conditions. Does the applicant okay with those conditions?
Yes.
All right, great. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
and Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
All right, so it passes unanimously 6-0. Happy birthday, Amanda.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you. Notices of intent. Item 10. Public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Andrew Thibault, Goddard Consulting LLC for Carlos Chavez, owner. Proposed work is installation of an above-ground pool over wood chipped / maintained lawn. Property is 84 Pine Street, map 45, lot 15B in Peabody. Looking for a motion to issue
Stu, the consultant's here and he's ready to give a presentation.
Go ahead.
Ask him for his name and where he's from.
Yes, thank you, Lucia. This is Andrew Thibault of Goddard Consulting LLC. I'm the representative for the project for the applicant Carlos, who is on here tonight as well. So I just shared my screen, the plan that we have up in front of you guys. We actually had just missed the filing deadline for the prior hearing, so this has been in the hands of the commission for some time. Happy to run through kind of existing conditions and propose for the project. So we can start in the back of the lot was a perennial river that was delineated with medial high water series 1 through 10. Right behind the retaining wall of the house, we have a bordering vegetated wetland system with GC 1 through GC 17. So this retaining wall, when this house was built, the retaining wall was added. It's about a 4 feet change in grade from the wetlands up to the house. Because this is about a tight half-acre lot, the retaining wall kind of acts as the limit of work from the wetlands to the house to allow the property to have an even grade towards the top and limit any impacts to the wetlands. So at this time, the area that you see to the left of the house is the only yard that the house has. There is no backyard due to the wetlands. So that area has been maintained as lawn since construction of the house. So all we were proposing at this time is just to put an above ground 15 foot by 26 foot pool over the area that's been existing maintained. It would have been an exemption under the Wetlands Protection Act, but under Peabody's bylaw, exemptions do not apply. And so we've come forward with a notice of intent to place the pool in the existing yard with erosion controls along the retaining wall during construction. So if you guys have any questions on design of the project, be happy to answer them.
Anybody?
A question, is this the proposed pool 15 by 26? Is there a patio that expands the area, the impervious area, that it's not just the pool itself?
Since it's an above ground pool, at this time, it's just the pool area itself to be kind of placed over that existing area.
Okay.
Anybody else in the commission?
Is
We have to open
is
this
the
to the
applicant,
public.
is the applicant aware that of the, has Lucia informed him about dewatering or, draining a pool to, is so close that you can't do it to the wetlands?
Yeah, that's certainly my understanding. I spoke to Lucia today about that. We talked through the special conditions that would be applied, and we certainly understand or are in agreement with that.
Okay, great.
So you're saying that the owner is aware of dewatering risk, the dewatering concerns in a pool?
Yes.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I believe you got Pine Street right there.
Mm-hmm.
And the riverfront area is there, I see. I was gonna say, I think you can drain the pool into Pine Street. It goes down the storm drain. As long as you let the chlorine sell for whatever the requirement is.
Yeah, I believe the requirement should be at least a week, but we certainly
Yeah.
understand that special condition will be put in as part of this.
Yeah, 7 days, and that way the chlorine does go away. But I'm saying you don't have to put you can drain it on the property if it'll take it, or you can drain it into the street because it'll take the clean water. Typically pool water is cleaner than anything else, so.
Through the chair, I would suggest, and I think I already talked to this with Mr. Tebow, that we want it to be left for 7 days with no chemicals, no shock, no chlorine, nothing. And then we want it, if there is a catch basin in the street, that would be the best route, because otherwise it's going to be a mess. But I don't think they're going to have to drain it that much. Honestly, for a pool, we still have like 4 more new items. I think we should open it to the public and move on unless you guys have an issue. This site has all been raised, pretty much everything. This is just like kind of red tape for him. He has to come here. Everything's already been raised. Really nothing that he does up on that wall is going to affect the wetlands because it's all raised on a wall. So there's not much he could do up there besides put a pool and have the chlorine water. I mean, that's really the only issue, that the pool's so close to the wetlands. But I mean, you've definitely allowed pools closer.
Okay. We have to open it to the public, you said?
Yes.
Anybody in the public wish to speak? I don't see anybody.
Move to close the public hearing.
There a second?
Second,
Roll call.
All right, I didn't hear the second. It was mumbled.
second,
Okay, so motion to close made by Arthur, seconded by Michael Rizzo. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
and Commissioner Comac.
Yes.
All right, so Amanda's gone, so it's closed 5-0.
Recommendation to issue an order of conditions.
Second.
Motions to issue standard order condition 1 of 50, adding special conditions, reminding the applicant of the erosion control and the conditions from Concom regarding the dewatering of the pool.
And silt fence must be towed in way at the bottom. And any condition from the Concom pool condition will remain in perpetuity.
Oh, silt fence, okay, I didn't see that.
So standard conditions 1 through 50, and then 51, which is the reminder of erosion controls must be inspected before commencement of installing the pool, and silt fence must be towed in or weighted at the bottom. And with a special look at item order number 49, which explains about lowering the water of the pool during the winter season and what the procedures are relative to chlorine and 7 days waiting period.
I
Do we have a
think
second?
Carlos, I've been trying to promote Carlos. I'm going to allow him to talk. There we go. Because I mean, we really should have he needs to know this. This is the most important thing. And then I think okay, I just promoted Carlos.
Carlos,
I think I'm here.
we
Hello.
can hear you, Carlos. Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
So yes, there is a drainage right in front of my house that we could put the the water from the pool in there when we are lowering it down if need be.
So Carlos, you understand that when the time comes, like next fall, when you're closing the pool out, and like let's say you have to lower it a couple inches, you understand that you have to wait 7 days before you can't put any chemicals in it, and like we're trusting you and the environment's trusting you, and then after 7 days of nothing, then you can draw it down in a hose into the catch basin across the street.
Correct.
All right. Just because if you dump it in the back, you're gonna kill stuff if you dump it in the catch basin or in the back, because they're probably connected, and if there's still chlorine in it, you're gonna mess up the wetlands.
Yeah, no, I would definitely wait 7 days plus.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. That was a standard order of condition 1 through 50, adding the special condition, reminding the applicant about the erosion controls. There were no other special conditions, so it's a pretty bare boned one. That motion was made by Rizzo, seconded by Bruce. Roll call, Chairman Lazares.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
And Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
All right, so that order passes 5-0. Are you guys planning to do this work soon, or are you waiting until spring? I'm just wondering how fast you need this.
I was planning on doing it as soon as possible.
Really? You're doing it in like November?
If the weather holds off, yeah, I'll do it. I just have the stuff waiting around, ready to go.
Okay, I'll try and work and get that out then as soon. There is a 10-day appeal period, but
yeah, no worries.
We can talk about that offline, Carlos.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Item 11, public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Manuel Espinola, the owner. Proposed work is an addition to an existing single-family house. Property is known as 9 Clark Road, map 48, lot 49, Peabody, Mass. Is the owner here?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I'm Alex Felzar. I'm here on behalf of Manny and Isabella Espinola. Isabella's with me. The owner, Manny, had an emergency he had to attend to, so I'll be helping my sister out this evening. Yeah, so we're coming before you all for the state of the notice of intent, looking to make some alterations to newly acquired property there. We're looking to build 812 square feet in totality. It's really 440 square foot additional room in the back of the home. A bulk basement entry area will be about 96 square feet, and then a deck would be about 274 square feet. And that's sort of the property addition we're looking for. There's no wetlands on 9 Clark Road, but I believe it is in a buffer zone located to some protected isolated wetlands just further down the road at 35 Nancy Avenue. And the property really, it abuts on the back end to the current greenway that's there, the Independence Greenway bike path, and then just beyond the bike path on the north side is the Proctor Brook perennial stream. So between the back of the property, there's the Greenway, Independence Greenway pathway, and then beyond that is then the Proctor Brook perennial stream. And so I guess that's why we're before you tonight.
Lucia and I were out there, and Proctor Brook you could walk in it. It was that low. It was like no water. We noticed there were 2 trees in Riverfront that had been removed, and we'd like to see you guys plant 2 trees and 4 shrubs. Any
Yeah.
problem with that?
Yeah, one of the trees was removed. One was already, it was down when we brought the property. And so we had that just cut out because it was, the tree essentially was dead and on the ground. But so was one tree. We're amendable certainly to the 2 trees and, 4 additional shrubs. I mean, probably be north of the 4, just for some buffering, if you will, but that's fine.
Okay, tree stumps, wood chips should be disposed of properly off-site. Will the additions have a basement?
Yes.
Okay, I guess the question is, with you being so close to wetlands, do you have a basement now? Does it get wet? Are we disturbing the ground, putting this, addition in with the basement?
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, I was concerned about whether we're going to disturb the groundwater, putting a
There's an
basement.
there's existing basement there now. There's no water. The property is vacant. I mean, there's no sign of water that I can see there. We're not living there, or they're not living there, I should say. But from what we can see, there's no water in the basement. There's no sort of, drainage or sump pump or anything like that that currently exists.
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
the proposed addition on the right hand, isn't that already a building? Isn't that already a garage? Are you removing part of the building, part of your house, and adding a new addition?
No, there's no demolition to what's existing. This is just going to be new to the rear of the house.
Mike, I think you're looking at 5 Mount Pleasant. This is 9 Clark. I pulled it up on the screen. And he said that there's no resource on the property. This is all riverfront, so the whole property is resource.
Five Mount Pleasant Street.
It's 9 Clark.
Through the chair, before we get off on tangents, when me and Stu were out on the site, we did notice that there was a drain exactly where they're putting the addition.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling like, I don't know if you guys are from Peabody or this area, but I'm just concerned that you might have flooding back here, because do you know what the history of that? I mean, Chris doesn't show it on the plan, which I'm a little surprised, but there is some sort of drain and there's pictures that you guys should have. Do you know what that drain was for? It looked like it's some sort of a sump pump to me. Stu, you sort of knew, you said you've seen that in other parts of the country. I personally have never seen anything like that.
There's a set of concrete steps going down to, I want to say, a basement entrance. And at the bottom of those stairs, there's a landing. And there was a metal plate, I think, that we moved, but there's a drain under the plate. And other parts of the country, I know in Chicago, they have those, and the water drains down to a storm drain system. But in this case, where you're in resource area, I don't know where it would drain. And I also don't, that's one of the concerns we had about what happens when you disturb the wetland, the groundwater underneath.
Yeah, Mr. I think that drain, to your point, that entrance kind of is below where that existing deck area is. And I think that's just rainwater that would normally come down would probably pool in that area. And my guess, and having property, is that drain was added there as just a local, drainage for that basement area. I mean, I guess we won't know until that starts getting pulled up a little bit, but that would be my guess. It's a square drain, I think. Again, it's not my property. I'm going by memory here. That is because that depression is at the bottom of that downgrade of that basement entryway. So from a, just an ice standpoint, build up rainwater. Yeah, I think that's it right there.
Yeah, but the question is, where is it drained to?
Yeah, through the chair. Through the chair. That's a typical, he's got a concrete pad there. It rains real hard, the water drains down there, it doesn't have any place to go, so it goes into the basement through under the door. In a bad situation, they pull that up and it drains into the ground.
Yeah.
It's just a dry well, that's all it is.
Okay.
I didn't
Thank
open
you.
it up myself, but that's a
No.
typical thing that's done. Because if you get 3 inches of rain in it or 2 inches of rain in an hour, and it
Yeah.
has no place, it can't infiltrate, it'll go in under the door.
You're right. That was, but my concern was what happens when the groundwater comes up. That's all. I mean, typically there's a bulkhead over these things, so you don't get the water there, but so we're looking for, well, let's open this up to the public. Anybody in the public wish to speak to this? I don't see any hands raised. Need a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, Arthur. Roll call?
Yep, so the motion was made to close it by Bruce, seconded by Arthur. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac.
Yes.
All right, so it's closed 5-0.
All right, we need a motion to we need a motion to issue standard order conditions along with some other comments.
Yeah, motion issue, standard order conditions 1 through 50. 51. Erosion controls must be inspected before commencement of work. Hay bales and plastic meshing is also not allowed in the city of Peabody. The tree debris, stumps and wood chips need to be removed. Item 53, if the Concom requires planting, they should be done before the release of the partial or full certificate of compliance, and any other conditions that you may want beyond this.
Do I hear a second?
Well, through the chair, are you guys requiring plantings? Because I would suggest whatever you're requiring. I sent Isabel our tree approval and shrub list earlier today and told her to try to pick out something in the event that you guys would request that. It would be beneficial if the plan is revised showing the plantings. Otherwise, it would just be a condition. Sometimes that works, just a condition and not on the plan. But most of the time, if it's not on the plan, it's probably not going to make it in the real world. But
I mentioned the tree planting at the beginning of this discussion.
yeah, Mike made that motion to
Yeah.
add it as a condition, but we just need to know how many did you say you're requiring?
Well, we look for 2 trees and 4 shrubs.
For how many have we confirmed how many trees they removed? It looked like to me 2 very large trees were removed. I just had a picture up of one that was like 3 times the size of my foot.
The comment was that we saw 2 trees in the riverfront that were removed, and we would recommend the property owners replant at least the 2 trees and 4 shrubs. And they should be shown on a revised plan along with the trees that were removed illegally. And
Okay.
I would add that to the condition, that's all.
So my question My question is, where were these two trees, and are these two trees located outside the proposed erosion control that's shown on the plan? Because if they're gonna be out there with a backhoe pulling out tree stumps and bringing equipment back there, then the erosion controls limits need to move or have additional erosion controls closer to the wetland, the resource area, if it's further back into the property. I'm not sure where the trees were. You guys remember, were the trees way in the back or were close to where the addition is proposed?
I remember.
One looked like it's the 72 inch willow that there was one massive tree that was down, and it could be the one that's shown on the plan and now it's gone. And then there was another one, I want to say like in the middle of the yard somewhere.
The one in the middle of the yard, that's the one that was removed by manning the tree company. The other one further back in the yard was down, and they cut that up because it was just in a large piece. So the one in the middle of the yard was removed by the property owner.
Yeah, so there's like right now, there's like tree stumps and stuff on it. I don't know if you guys saw my picture.
I did. I saw the photos.
But I mean, now if they're going to be living in Riverfront, they need to know that they can't just, cut trees down and start grading their backyard. Their backyard is it's actual resource. It's bordering land subject to flooding, and it's riverfront. So they really need to know now that, they can't go altering their backyard. But I don't want to belabor this anymore because we still have more items after this that are new. So we had a motion and it kind of got a little revised.
Well, through the chair, excuse me, Lucia, just real quick. I know you got to get that done. So we're gonna require them to plant 2 trees, and some two shrubs, but is this a property that we should have some granite bounds that say that, I don't care what they say. I mean, again, the whole place is in the riverfront. So what do we say? Do we say, you can't have a backyard? We can't say that, but what do we say?
Well, they definitely don't need granite bounds because the bike path is between them. But they need to be aware that they can't just, like, now that they bought the property, if they wanted to come in and level all this out and make it all yard, that needs to be shown on this plan and a notice of intent. So if they think that they're going to create all of this grassy and change it, it has to be the grassy area that was existing on a previous plan. That's what they are allowed to keep. So they need to, like, keep cutting their grass. It's like not cut right now, and that's an issue. But no, they do not need posts, but it sounds like Stu would like a revised plan showing the new trees and shrubs in their location.
I would.
So then why don't we continue this?
Okay.
Wouldn't they just submit a revised plan with the trees and shrub locations to Lucia? We don't have to continue it.
We closed the public hearing.
Yeah, we did.
Well, we don't have, yeah, we can, all right, so we don't have to continue it, but let's put some provisions on it, what they have to do.
Okay, but right now, the plan says that no work takes place beyond the erosion controls that are on that plan. So if they're going out beyond that, towards closer to the 100-foot inner riparian zone to remove stumps and plant trees, they need equipment to do that. So the erosion controls have to change, or they have to have additional erosion controls in addition to that.
All right, The onus
You guys
here,
actually, I wasn't saying I want those trees grinded and or grubbed. I just want, like, they literally have pieces of the tree, logs, like sitting there, just like, I don't know, 10 pieces of logs like this big, like just thrown there. I'm sure there's a picture of it somewhere. So I mean, I really, it's already 10:24. I don't want to make a big deal out of something that's not a big deal, but I also don't want them to think that the riverfront, they can do whatever they want in the riverfront. So okay, so far you guys have already closed it. That's already passed. I have a motion for an order of conditions, reminding the applicant about the erosion controls. 52, the tree debris, stumps and wood chips shall be removed and disposed of appropriately off-site. The Concom is requiring plantings of 4 shrubs and 2 trees. Isabel, have you looked at that list yet and come up with anything?
Yeah, I only came up with the 4 shrubs. I wasn't sure about the trees, but we wanted to have some privacy in the back, so we're just doing the. That's what I looked at. It was for the shrubs.
And what are the names of the shrubs you chose?
It was the gray dogwood.
Okay, so it sounds like we need to know those 2 trees, like we need to know them, like, you know, before I release the order of conditions. So we can't just say.
Can I let you know tomorrow? I know it's getting late. We'll look at it tomorrow, and I'll either email you or I'll drop it off at the city hall.
Yep, I definitely don't need you to drop anything off, but at some point Chris Mello is going to have to revise the plan. So Chris, it sounds like we're going to need a revised plan showing the location of the trees that you removed. I saw 2 of them. So the revised plan should show the trees that were removed and the stuff that's going to be removed off site as well, the stumps. And then it should show the location of the 2 trees and the species, as well as the 4 shrubs and the species. You probably want to pick at least 2 different types in case they are out of stock. But I think that should be okay. As long as you guys vote contingent that it's held until the agent approves, I guess.
We will.
Yeah, I don't really like closing stuff like this open-ended, but I don't know, how are you guys feeling about this? I don't really think we should, I don't want to belabor it either, because it's a single family house and an addition. I mean, you guys might also want to put, like, you know, some sort of a preamble that in case it floods, so they don't come back and try to like sue the commission that you allowed them to build in an area and now their new addition floods. You might want to add some sort of a preamble.
So Mike Rizzo, you had listed the conditions, and at the end of that, a further condition would be revised plan with showing where the trees that have been removed and where the new trees are going to be located, and the 4 shrubs, and maybe a revised proposed erosion control to accommodate those new trees. And in addition to that, the applicant was informed the possibility of flooding in the basement, and that they assume the responsibility for any flooding in the basement. Does that sound right?
Yep.
So I think someone has to second it.
Is that the motion then?
Yeah.
There a second?
Yeah.
Second.
All right, Bruce. Lucia, roll call.
All right, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Kromack,
Yes.
All right, so that passes unanimously 5-0. Isabel, I will send you an email at some point reiterating what exactly you need to get from Chris Mello, but you definitely are going to need a revised plan, and I will put it in writing at some point tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12. Public hearing is a notice of intent submitted by Native Tech, Robert Marini, for Julie Romans, owner. Proposed work is the construction of an addition to its existing single-family home. Property is known as 5 Mount Pleasant Drive, map 29, lot 005, Peabody, Mass. Is anybody here to speak for that? Anybody here? Or Julie, you're here?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So we are looking to add, take down an existing deck, an existing garage that's located on the east side of our property and replace it. And it's within the 25-foot buffer zone to the wetlands that border the home on that east side and along the north back side of the property.
I'm here, Julie.
Oh, thank you, Rob.
If you want me to fill in the gaps here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Sure. Rob Marini, Native Tech. I'm here with Yinli Zhang. She's hovering in the background, sharing the screen. We're at 31 Monroe Street in Lynn. That's where our office is. There's proposed addition on both sides of an existing house. Yingli, can you share the screen?
Yeah, so just a...
Okay, this is the site plan. There's a proposed addition on both sides of the existing house. On the right side, they're removing their garage and proposing this addition. Now, this addition is within about 20 feet of the wetlands on the east side. In the back, basically, it's an intermittent stream. What ends up being an intermittent stream based on the filling that's occurred, historically, way back when, once upon a time, that's basically squeezed the water into a narrow channel in the back and then on the north side. So they're characterized in the wetland as the black willow, purple loosestrife, the box elder, and there's some modeling in the soil in the wetland. But basically, this is pretty straightforward. I mean, the addition on the right is extending about 2 feet farther than the existing garage footprint, closer to the wetland along the drainage easement. Oh, by the way, there is a DEP file number on this, 055-0917. Both of these additions occur on existing lawn area, and I don't see a problem with runoff. We've shown silt sock surrounding the areas that would slope towards the wetland, and pretty much got that covered, and that any sedimentation would be trapped by the silt sock that's there, that's staked. I emailed Lucia the silt sock detail that you requested. So the additions will have their own foundation. The garage slab will be removed. Yeah, here we go. Good. The garage slab will be removed. Basically, what the contract is showing is the addition on the right, the addition on the left, and the sliver in the middle is really the existing house. Okay, so there's a crawl space, and basically it's a concrete stem wall 4 feet below this frost line, and there's a crawl space below each end of the additions. And so on the lower picture, you can see, Yingli, can you go to the next slide? Yes. You can see the front of it, how it exists now. So on the right side is the garage that'll be removed, and the addition that'll be somewhat closer to the drainage easement on the right. And on the left side is lawn area. That's where the addition goes there. And there's no footprint there at all on that side. So that's pretty much it. The trees will be unharmed, and then along the street there, the activity won't reach to the drip line. Are there any questions? If you can go back to the plan, Yingli, maybe that's more self-explanatory. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Anybody in the audience wish to speak?
Does the, excuse me,
Go ahead.
does the proposed addition, the one on the right, is that gonna be on a slab, or is that gonna have a basement?
Both stem wall, concrete wall, foundation with a crawl space below. Basically it's a concrete slab at the bottom of the crawl space in both cases.
How high or how high is the crawl space?
I don't have any detailed architectural drawings on this. I would say that it would match the existing, right, Julie?
Yeah, so the foundation underneath the
pretty much-
garage will be brought up to
Pretty
the,
much,
to the level of the house, to be level with the house.
yeah.
So probably about
It'll be
4
the same,
feet.
yeah, the same elevation of the existing house.
Yes,
Right, Julie?
correct.
So how high is the crawl space?
So my estimation is it's probably about 4 feet. That'll
Oh.
be,
Bottom, yeah, can we go to the bottom, Yingli? Bottom slide that shows the existing. The photograph. Yeah, you can see, you can even count the steps. There's about five rises to get in the front door.
Okay.
That's about 40 inches.
yeah.
I mean, the point is, if it gets wet, it doesn't affect the house. It's
Right.
It's
Right.
Right. Anybody in the commission, any other comments? Anybody in the public have something to say? I don't see any hands raised, so. A motion to close the public hearing?
Close the public hearing.
Second,
Second,
roll call,
Chairman Lazaris,
yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
and Commissioner Comac.
Yes,
All right, 5-0, it is closed.
Need a motion to issue standard order of conditions. Anybody?
Yes, motion issue standard order conditions 1 through 50. Erosion controls must be in place and inspected before any work commences. Hay bales and plastic meshing is not allowed in Peabody. And if anybody has any other conditions they might want.
Do we have a second?
Second,
Thank you, Arthur. Roll call?
Standard order conditions 1 through 50, made by Michael Rizzo, seconded by Arthur Aces. Roll call. Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Aces,
yes.
and Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
All right, so that passes unanimous. Julie, if you want to give me a call tomorrow and we can talk about how fast you need this, either send me an email. That's probably the best way. And if I know you need this ASAP, I will work on it ASAP.
Okay, thank you.
Item 13.
Thanks a lot, folks.
Thank you.
Bye, Rob.
Continued public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Hancock Associates for Michael Larkin at 40 Oak Street Development LLC. Proposed work as site improvements, redevelopment, which includes 40B housing, project paved vehicular and pedestrian access, landscape areas, connections to municipal utility services, in a stormwater management system. The property is known as 40 Oak Street, map 95, lot 89X in Peabody, Mass. It's been on the agenda since April of 2022.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, Joe Pesno, Hancock Associates, performance standards of boarding land subject to flooding. We have been working with Mr. Politz, who had originally engaged Horsley Witten. Mr. Politz had to work through the city solicitor's office to get an amendment to that contract. We did that. We provided funds immediately upon request, and that peer review has not been completed. So obviously, because that hasn't been completed, Ms. Bernardo is not able to give the commission what the commission needs to move this project along. So we fully anticipate that to happen. We've in advance of that, we've set up a meeting with Mr. Politz and Ms. Bernardo and Lucia, and extended invitation to the chairman and vice chairman if they so choose to join that meeting. I think that's set up for next Wednesday at 11:30. So I would respectfully request a continuance to your November 9th meeting.
Anybody in commission want to speak?
Yeah, I thought we keep doing this, continuing this.
Yeah.
This continuance is definitely not their fault. Janet Bird, the peer reviewer, she's been on vacation, and she finally just came back and started getting in touch with us. So it's definitely not their fault. Trust me, they have been trying to get a meeting for a long time.
Okay.
Ever since our last meeting, they've been trying to get a meeting. So next month, November, if that should be it. That's the last time. You're either going to vote on it. You're going to vote on it one way or another, either to approve it or deny it. But I would definitely, I would suggest that you continue it, because we are going to have a meeting next week. And Mike and Stu, you are both, I think it would be very good if you guys are both there.
Where is it?
Probably DPS.
Okay.
Yep.
So
It's not a public hearing. It is just a pre-meeting meeting. And if you guys want to join, that's all we would be doing.
No time set yet?
I think we're hoping, we haven't heard back from Will Politz, but we're hoping, I think, Joe, you said 11:30 on Wednesday worked. Janet already chimed in and said it worked. I said it worked. So Will's the one who asked us for all of our schedules, so I'm hoping that works for him. But so as of right now, yes, Wednesday next week, 11:30, hopefully at DPS, I imagine.
Okay.
Yeah, and Will had said that he was free from 10 to 2 on Wednesday, so.
Okay.
All right. Anybody This is
Make
a
motion
public
to
hearing.
continue that? No, do we have to open this up and have?
I'd say this is
No,
a public hearing.
I would just continue it. Everyone knows. I already talked to the abutters. They're not here.
Okay.
So I'm looking, they're not in the, if they want to speak, they can raise their hand. But anyone, if you're here for 40 Oak, I'm sorry. Call me next time. I don't think anyone's here because I think everyone who wanted to be here, I've already been in touch with them. So I would just say, make a motion to continue.
Motion to continue.
Second,
Okay.
Roll call. Chairman Lazaris,
yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
and Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
All right, so that item is continued to November and hopefully we can wrap it up.
Item 14, continued public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Hancock Associates. Property owner is John Baviars. The applicant is Pioneer Charter School of Science 2. Proposed work is in a redevelopment of the site. Elementary and middle school properties known as 67 Pulaski Street and 0 Margin Street, map 42, lots 1 and 2, Peabody, Mass. We got a memorandum on this one.
Yes, you do. You do have a memorandum from Bob Langley that in essence closes the matter out, at least with respect to engineering questions. Joe Pesnola and Devin Morse are both here this evening to respond to any questions that the board may have, but I do believe that this matter is positioned to be issued an order of conditions. If the board has questions that result from any lingering questions you may have, or from something that Bob Langley has said in his memo, we're more than happy to address them.
I have a memo from Board of Health that talks about their concerns with recommendations of the peer review that the applicant must conduct further evaluation of the site plus soil piles on the site to determine if there's any conditions that would affect the suitability of the site for development of a school or with a playground. The evaluation will also include an assessment of potential for any on-site contaminants to migrate off-site through air, groundwater, or other means, and affect adjacent residential, industrial, and or commercial parcels. We requested Horsley Witten Group define the specifications for follow-ups evaluation. Specifically, I'm concerned that you guys did a phase 1 on this, and it was, I guess you guys said it was fine, but phase 1 to me is like looking over the landscape and saying, yeah, there's grass. Phase 2,
yeah, understand, Mr. Chairman, and
I would like to see a phase 2.
Lucia, if you could elevate Brian Fong Murdoch from McPhail Associates. He should be in the audience.
Yep. Is there anyone else? Is Darren also, or Kara? Are they with you? Does anyone else need to get promoted?
Just Brian.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, yes, you're correct. We did a phase 1 on the property. And it is the responsibility of the LSP to opine from the phase 1 whether or not a phase 2 is required, and their opinion was that it was not. Notwithstanding that, we understand the concerns of both the Conservation Commission and the Planning Board on this matter, and now the Board of Health has echoed that. The Board of Health's letter was penned after the prior Horsley Witten letter, the second review letter. We responded to that letter in particular, McPhail Associates, the project LSP, responded to that letter, providing that an outline and a commitment to do not a phase one, but to have an LSP on site to review all soil management during the beginning stages of construction. We've put that in our response letter dated October 4th, that was circulated. Essentially, and we would ask the commission to make that a part of the conditions of approval. So just in citing from that, I want to be very clear about what the commitment is, and essentially,
who did the letter go to?
It's all the response letters to all of the to the peer review has been being funneled through Mr. Langley's office, but this was Lucia was copied on the responses, and it should be part of the record. But just to be clear, McPhail Associates as the licensed site professional has been retained by the developer, by the school, to be involved throughout the proposed redevelopment activities at the subject property. Specifically, after further development of the proposed building design, but prior to initiation of construction, the LSP will oversee the performance of the soil management pre-characterization program, which will consist of sampling and analysis of soil samples obtained from the subject property, including within the proposed building footprint and exterior portions of the property that will be landscaped or utilized for daily use, including playgrounds, fields, etc., in order to facilitate the completion of a soil management plan. The soil management pre-characterization program will be performed in accordance with various DEP policies and guidance, and also the Mass Contingency Plan 310 CMR 40, and consist of the sampling and analysis of soil samples for the presence of total petroleum hydrocarbons, volatile organic compounds, semi-volatile organic compounds, MCP14 metals, polycarbonate, biphenyls, pH, cyanide, sulfide, reactivity, flash, course of bulk excavation activities. The LSP will be on site to monitor the excavation and segregation of existing soils prior to on-site reuse and or off-site disposal in accordance with the soil management plan and project specifications. The scope of monitoring will include observation of soil during excavation and the use of headspace screening of soil samples, utilization of photoionization detectors as needed. If the evidence of oil and or hazardous materials becomes evident during the excavation, appropriate actions will be taken. Lastly, while there are no records of evidence of presence of any underground storage tanks remaining on site, should any previously unknown USTs be encountered during excavation, the LSP will ensure the following be conducted: the pumping and offsite disposal of the tank contents under a uniform hazardous waste manifest, removal of potentially dangerous vapors in accordance with applicable local, state, and federal regulations, excavation of soil to permit removal of each UST, removal of existing tank associated piping, anchor slabs, and the removal of contaminated soils from each tank grave if present. We reiterate that the above listed scope of work is part of the planned construction for the proposed redevelopment of the subject property. And again, we would welcome the commission, as we will be doing with the planning board, make that part of the conditions of approval. What we don't want to do is be redundant and have to do it now and hold open this process and the planning board process while this is done. And in fact, it would be done, if it was done now, it would be hit or miss. If we do it when we mobilize, if we do it when we start earthwork, we are going to test and touch everything that will be disturbed, and everything that will be in the areas that either the foundation will be put down or the landscaped areas and the play areas will be put down. It'll also include any excavations for the subsurface infiltration systems. So it's much more comprehensive than anything that would be done in advance. And there are provisions that protect everyone. The school does not, cannot want any kind of contamination. But again, we go back to say that this is not a contaminated site. This has been through a phase one. It has been overseen by the LSP. And because of not only the school's concern, but of the concerns raised by the commission and the planning board, we are taking this action seriously. And that's why I went through that very lengthy response and that outlines our path forward. And we would look for the commission to close the matter out and issue the order as such so that we can get started.
Is your response in writing to Lucia? Or was it sent to the planning board? It sounded like you were reading something.
I was reading the response letter that we submitted
to
both the commission and the planning board in response to the Horsley Witten reviews. And again,
Lucia has a copy of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Langley asked that all peer review responses be funneled through his office.
Okay.
I think the other noteworthy portion of the memo that you have attached to the recommendation and memorandum of Bob Langley is the Horsley Witten Group's third peer review. And at the very end of that, on their very last page, they put a note that said October 6, 2022, the applicant has stated, and then it goes on to recite much of what Joe just recited to the board. And they say that Horsley Witten is satisfied that the site will have the appropriate oversight prior to and during the construction. And that comment was added to the Horsley Witten this October 6th, and it's before you tonight.
Okay. I was concerned because there was contamination in an area nearby. I want to say adjoining site, and I just want to make sure that the kids are not playing or not going to school on land that is contaminated. I'm satisfied that the actions you're taking are going to, prevent it, or at least identify it before it becomes an issue and take care of it. So thank you. Does anybody else in the commission have any comments? Anybody in public have any comments? Did Brian want to say something?
This is Brian at McPhail Associates. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate that all the basically everything that he stated is going to be detailed and prescribed in the soil management plan, and all the work that we'll be doing will be under the provisions of the Massachusetts contingency plan. So all of those concerns will be addressed. And even as far as environmental monitoring, every detail will be prescribed in that soil management plan.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second? Then Mike Rizzo?
You're muted.
I keep getting muted.
Yeah.
Muted. Yes, I'll second.
Roll call?
Yep, sorry, I have to mute you guys because when you're not speaking and then you step away and you're moving, you're just causing disturbance and PAT, and people watching don't want to hear that. Anyway, motion to close made by Bruce, seconded by Rizzo. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Secretary Vivaldi. Oh, Mike left, that's right, he's gone. So Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
And Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
All right, so we are down to 4. So it closes 4-0. And I don't know if you guys saw the memo from Bob Langley, but he has some conditions that he would like to add. And I had some conditions that I already spoke to Joe offline about, and he seemed to be fine with those conditions. So I'm not sure if you guys had a chance to look at both of those memos.
Yeah, I looked at it.
So you want to make a motion then?
Make a motion to issue standard order conditions 1 through 50. Item 51, an O&M LTPPP in perpetuity. 52, annual maintenance reports are due on 10/31 once stormwater system is online. Condition number 53, LSP on site during initial phases of groundwork. LSP will oversee the performance of soil management. Copies of soil management plans should be submitted by email to the Concom for review. And if a 21E, 54, if a 21E arises and the project scope changes significantly per the DEP amendment policy, and amendment request will be necessary. In any other conditions, the Concom third-party peer reviewer, health and/or DSP feels necessary. DPS, sorry.
Lucia, is there anything else that you wanted to add?
Looking at the letter from Bob Langley, I don't know if they were included in what Mike had just read, but there were further conditions. Bed bottom inspections need to be conducted on the infiltration systems that will be installed prior to the fabric and stone being installed by the applicant's design engineer and licensed soil evaluator. This inspection should be witnessed by this department, period. The next condition of the applicant will submit the wall designs to the building commissioner for approval prior to construction, period. Next condition, the applicant will provide a copy of the SWPP to the city a minimum of 14 days prior to land disturbance, period. And the next condition, the applicant shall supply a full set of as-built drawings to the engineering department of DPS upon completion of the improvements and before application of certificate of completion.
Anything else? Hearing the motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Made by Rizzo, seconded by Arthur. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 4-0 with everyone else left already.
Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Item 15. This is to be continued,
Yes.
correct? I have a note here saying continued till December.
What, 25 Farm Ave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, please. She would very much appreciate if you guys can make a motion to continue until December.
I need a motion. I'm not even gonna read the article. Just give me a motion to continue.
Motion to continue item 15 for 25 Farm Ave, continued to our December meeting.
Second,
Second,
Roll
Roll
call,
call.
Chairman Lazaris,
yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
yes.
Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
All right, so 25 Farm Ave is continued till December. Thank you.
Item 16, continued public hearing on notice of intent submitted by Hayes Engineering, Anthony Capichetti for Sci-Tenny Residences LLC, Arthur Pimental. Proposed work is construction multifamily residential building with associated driveways, parking, access, utilities within a buffer to BVW and IVW. Property is known as 190R Newbury Street, map 35, lot 38A, Peabody, Mass.
I am here. This is John Kelty. I am here on behalf of the applicants. This was a matter that has been before the board for quite a long while. We did have a very positive meeting at the Department of Public Services with members of the department and a couple of commission members. We have made a number of changes that were that came as the result of that meeting. And now we're hopefully in a position to obtain an order, but we have not gotten a closeout letter. Is that the case, Lucia, from Will Pollitt?
Yes. A project of this size, I would suggest we have something from DPS signing off on it. So just because of time, I would suggest you guys continue this because Tony Capichetti's not here and we still have one more very large project.
All right, I have a recommendation from Brendan to continue this. Till
Nope, you don't. You do not have a.
No, not Brennan.
I am recommending that you continue this. Tony Capichetti's not even here. Hopefully this is another one that will get wrapped up in November. So if someone can just make a motion to continue 190 rear Newbury Street until November.
no, wrong one. All right, I'm sorry.
I'll make that motion. Continue. item
Second.
16.
Second,
Second.
Okay,
Roll
roll
call.
call. Chairman Lazaris,
yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
and Commissioner Comack.
Yes.
All right, 190 rear Newbury is continued until November.
All right, got one more, I believe, item 17. Is that right?
Mhm.
Public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Megan Kearns of Weston Sampson Engineers, Inc. for Peabody Municipal Light Plant. Proposed work is to repave an existing parking lot and create a paved access to spray pond. I don't know what that means, parking lot along Warren Street. The property is known as 201 Warren Street Extension, map 63, lot 095, Peabody, Mass. Is Megan's here? Are you?
I am, yes. Good evening. Lucia, could you also promote Darren? I believe he's
Still
in
there.
the waiting room as well. I hope. It should be.
He's there somewhere. There he
Perfect.
is.
All right, so good evening, Commission. My name is Megan Kearns and I'm a wetland scientist with Weston and Sampson. I'll let Darren introduce himself as well.
You there, Darren?
I think your audio is not working, Darren.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh,
There you go. Can sort of hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that any better? Or?
it's still a little quiet.
It might be not from my disease. But yeah, I'm Darren Kirk from Single Area.
Lisa, I think we're still having trouble hearing you. Sorry.
Yeah.
I can introduce you if you want while you work out the. This is Darren Christian. He's the project manager at Weston and Sampson for this project. And I will share my screen, get right into it. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we're here to discuss the proposed repaving project at the Peabody Municipal Light Plant, or PMLP, as will be referenced throughout this presentation. So PMLP is located at 201 Warren Street, which is right here. Proctor Brook runs along the southern extent of the site with some residential houses, forested area, and an overhead power line just north of PMLP. So portions of the existing pavement, which is highlighted here in red, are located within the 100-foot buffer zone to isolated wetlands, bordering vegetated wetlands. There's also BLSF, bordering land subject to flooding on site, and 200-foot riverfront area associated with Proctor Brook down over here. There are two IBW series up by the headquarters, A and B right here. So PMLP is proposing to repave the existing parking lots and the entry ramp associated with two PMLP buildings, the headquarters, as I just briefly mentioned up here, and the diesel building down over here. The existing headquarters parking lot areas are cracking and potholes are forming in several locations. The spray pond parking lot, as was mentioned in the introduction, is located down over here off of Warren Street Extension. It's deteriorated and needs to be updated. In the photo attachment, this is just a representative view of that parking lot. Warren Street is sort of over here outside of the photo. This is the parking lot, and Proctor Brook is back over there behind the trees. So PMLP is looking to add, in addition to repaving the area, is looking to add a new entrance to this parking lot. Let me pull up the project plans. So this is the spray pond parking lot down there off of Warren Street Extension. Currently, the entrance to the parking lot, you go down Warren Street and turn in this way. PMLP is looking to add this entryway right here, this new paved area. Just to mention, all of the work besides this small portion of pavement will be within existing paved areas on site. And PMLP is looking to add this area to use the space more safely by realigning the right turn for carrying electrical equipment. PMLP has also made infrastructure improvement updates, including a project the commission actually reviewed several years ago, replacing the fuel system up by the headquarters building. So PMLP is looking to improve conditions and maintain the parking areas on site. You can actually see from this aerial where the paving had occurred for the last project over here, and where PMLP is looking to maintain and improve the parking lots, the later paved areas. So a full depth pavement replacement is proposed in all locations here in red, which is consisting of removing and replacing 16 inches of pavement. The proposed paving activities will occur, as I mentioned, all in existing paved areas, with the exception of that reconfigured entrance to that spray pond parking lot down off of the Warren Street Extension. Approximately 551 square feet of new impervious surface will be added to accommodate this new entrance to the parking lot. But to mitigate for this new impervious surface in Riverfront area, some existing impervious surface will be removed from the western edge of the spray pond parking lot, approximately 1,675 square feet, resulting in a net reduction of total impervious surface on the site. And I had spoken with Lucia about this as well. So this is that map I showed earlier. These areas highlighted in yellow are what is currently impervious that will be turning into pervious areas. The project also includes the reconstruction of a ramp to the spray pond area. That's a raised concrete pad used to store electrical equipment. For forklift safety, this ramp is being extended to reduce the steepness of the ramp. The expanded ramp will extend the vegetated slope into currently paved impervious areas. Sorry, let me put the plans back up. That's this ramp right over here. The diesel building is sort of off over here where you can't see it. Excuse me. Because there'll be fill in this area, compensatory storage is being provided. The calculations can be found on sheet 5 of the project plans, or down over here, I can zoom in. But there will be a net cut of 30 feet of compensatory storage in the floodplain. Vegetated swale is also proposed right along here just to help with stormwater runoff on site. Riprap apron is proposed at the bottom of that swale to help with any scour or erosion next to Proctor Brook. And there is just top of bank right here. There are no vegetated wetlands located along Proctor Brook in this location. We did send an O&M plan to Lucia for her files that's been updated to incorporate the maintenance of this vegetated swale. So as previously discussed, the work will take place in the 100-foot buffer zone, 200-foot riverfront area, and BLSF. Those impact numbers are summarized in Table 1 in Appendix A of the NOI, but just to quickly summarize for you, approximately 65,000 square feet of work will take place in the buffer zone, all in paved areas, approximately 38,700 square feet in riverfront area, approximately 12,600 square feet in BLSF, with 130 cubic feet of impact and 161 cubic feet of mitigation, as I just mentioned, with the net cut of about 30 feet. And as I previously mentioned, 1,675 square feet of impervious surface will be removed from the site at that spray pond parking lot. And just to mention, the site's not located in natural heritage mapped habitat, and there are no certified or potential vernal pools in or adjacent to this site. Before any work begins, sedimentation and erosion controls will be placed at the site to minimize any sediment migration off-site into any neighboring wetlands. This will include straw wattles at the down gradient, most work area, in between the work area and the wetland resource areas. So on this plan, you can see this dark black line going along here. That's proposed erosion controls. Oops, sorry. And again, up by the headquarters, we're proposing erosion controls along here and along here to protect these two IBWs. Lastly, silt sacks will be installed in all nearby catch basins to the work areas, and these are shown on the project plans. I will turn it back over to the commission if you have any questions or comments. Excuse me.
Anybody have any questions?
So this is full depth reconstruction for that whole paved area, correct?
Correct.
And where's all your material going to go when you remove that?
Sorry, what was the question?
All your excavation, where's that going to go? You're bringing in all new gravel, and will you bring?
Hopefully, a microphone is able to hear me.
We still can't hear you, Darren. You might just have to talk really close to your computer.
Now you're muted.
I think you might be grabbing some headphones.
Oh.
I believe they'll dispose of it off-site, but I'll wait for Darren to come back and confirm that. I don't want to.
How about stormwater?
We are not updating any stormwater on site except for the addition of this vegetated swale that will be going into riprap to prevent any erosion. Everything else is staying the same at this point in time.
Yep, and just on the surplus soil, yeah, we'll be doing characterization and then just managing that offsite. Actually, part of this project, we had done full depth repaving on the eastern edge of the main headquarters site, historically with a fuel system design that was in front of the Conservation Commission several years ago. So that area, you know, it's going to be a very similar approach. Where surplus soils will be managed on site and then excavated and then characterized for offsite disposal or recycling if possible.
So this is a question I might have might be how will they be able to conduct business on site if you're gonna do a full depth reconstruction, getting vehicles in and out of there and working around the site.
No, PMLP definitely has 24/7 operations for their overnight crews and then the public access in the front of the building and the headquarters. So that is part of the bid package that once we have this project is out to bid publicly, we'll be working with the contractor to have a phased approach where the roadways are still accessible. And I know we've talked with PMLP about like payment of electric bills and utility bills to have some different options for that. But there will need to be a phased approach. It all won't be done at once.
Has any thought of, so you wouldn't have to take all that material out and have all these trucks coming in and out to get rid of 16 or 18 inches of material, doing full depth reclamation?
We looked at mill and overlay and reclamation options. And that I believe is what PMLP has historically done since this facility was constructed. But because of the nature of the cracking and the kind of time horizon of PMLP would like something more durable, and the full depth replacement offered the best performance long term. That's why full depth replacement was selected ultimately. And it would be consistent with what was done at the fuel area or the new fuel system on the east portion of the site. So they wanted to have, we recommended full depth replacement just for the longevity.
I don't know, there's some thought that full depth reclamation provides a better sub-base, better base than.
Yeah. The reclamation, we did have some concerns just because the headquarters is in a former quarry, and our previous excavations and test pits had shown some fairly large cobbles and boulders right under the pavement.
Oh, okay.
So those can cause some serious equipment issues for
Yeah.
reclamation,
Yeah.
which is, why we were a little hesitant to propose full depth reclamation just based on some of those cobbles and boulders.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
Through the chair.
Yep.
This is family, right?
I mean, it's PMLP.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's family.
Okay. This looks like a good project to me.
So do we get a motion? Or let me open it up to the public if there's anybody in public that wants to speak. And there's 10 people in here. I see a neighbor and Russ. I guess nobody wants to speak. Okay. Motion to close public hearing.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Roll call.
Yep, motion to close made by Rizzo, seconded by Comac. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 4-0. Before you guys go ahead and make the motion to issue order of conditions, I did not issue a memo for this, only because I drafted one and then I deleted it by mistake and I haven't gotten around to redrafting it. But basically what it said was they needed to draft an O&M, which Megan and me did offline. It should be on the OneDrive, and my suggestion would be to add condition 51 that the O&M is in perpetuity. And once the treatment, well, there is no treatment train, I guess, but the swale, I guess, is a treatment train somewhat. You know, once the swale and all the stormwater features are online, they are required to submit annual maintenance reports, which they should be doing already, but they're not. So Megan, if you can let PMLP know that they really need to follow through on their other orders of conditions that they have with us.
Yep, will do. And I meant to ask Lucia, do you need a hard copy of the O&M plan or is the electronic okay?
Yeah, I printed it. Thank you.
Great.
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
can we make this order of conditions? Can we put in a condition on this order of conditions that they find out if they own the property next to 61?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, and while they have the equipment there, they can pull those slopes back.
We can pull the slope back and fix the lane and repave.
We heard it all now.
Do we hear a motion?
I'll issue a motion to issue an order of conditions.
Did we get a motion to close the public hearing?
Oh, we did, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, public, go ahead. Motion to do, what'd you say, Mike?
Motion to issue an order of conditions.
Any special conditions?
1 through 50. And item 51, that the O&M plan would be in perpetuity.
And
Your maintenance report? That the OAM,
in here, Arthur.
submit the annual maintenance report on time.
Is that on October 30? Or 31?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Roll call.
Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Comac.
Yes.
All right, so that motion passes 4-0.
Good.
Good. Have a good night.
And good night.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
We have to, other item is to approve the minutes
No
of
minutes.
September.
There's
What?
no minutes. Mhm.
There are no minutes?
Move to approve the September 14, 2022 minutes.
No, there are no minutes. I haven't even started to draft them.
No, it says it's on the agenda, that's all. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Moved it.
always on the agenda in the hopes that I actually have time. So did you see the amount of, I mean, there's a lot of preparation for what just happened. not adding the legal ads, the agenda, and then the reviewing, the site visits, the pictures, uploading. There's a lot that just happened.
Motion to continue approval of the minutes till next month.
Nope, you don't have to do any of that, just adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Hey, that's a
And
good one.
And it's not even midnight.
I'll second that.
All right, who made that motion? Mike?
Yeah.
And that's seconded by Arthur. Roll call, just raise your hands, 4 people left.
Aye.
All right, so the meeting adjourns at 11:31. It seems like Russ Donovan is raising his hand at 11:30. I am going to let him speak.
Okay.
Russ
Hey,
Donovan.
Russ. Hello, Russ.
Hello, I raised my hand to adjourn.
Oh. Goodbye, Russ.
Is he done?
He's done. He's voting to adjourn.
All right, so the meeting closes at 11:31. Thank you, everyone, so much for your patience. Thank you, PAT. Thank you guys for staying awake and staying with us all night. You 4 are amazing.
Good night.
Good night.